Well, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, race fans. We are set for a mammoth night of racing here at Huntly International Speedway. Welcome to the 2022 Pollock Cranes Superstock Teams Invitation. My name's Paul Hickey. My absolute pleasure to be your host and commentator this evening here at Huntly Speedway, and of course streaming live through the Pits TV. We are set for a big night. 12 teams races, 10 of them Superstock races, 2 of them stock cars. We'll tell you more about that very, very shortly. But we're going to be keeping you up to date right across the course of this evening with everything that is going on the track, and more importantly too, behind the scenes, so you know exactly what to expect when these race cars come out onto the track. Let's tell you how we're going to be keeping you up to date tonight. We've got 3 people working behind the scenes, running up and down the pits. There'll be 3 of us in the commentary box across the course of this evening as well. So I'll be based up in the commentary box and with the team on the ground in the pits, part of the Pits TV crew, Bianca Mudge. Bianca, how good is it to be Superstock Teams racing?
Oh, we're here finally. We didn't actually think this meeting was going to happen, so we are buzzed to be here, Paul. And I tell you what, it is so hot. We're all struggling with the sun. All the cars are making their way out now. I actually am really, really excited tonight as well because I have Wayne Hebe working with me tonight. So Wayne, welcome.
Yeah, thanks very much. It's good to be here.
And so, of course, Wayne, you're just going to give us a few little insights about what the drivers are going through, what they might be thinking, what their experience is on the track and what have you. So you're the perfect man, of course, to give us some of those insights.
Yeah, no, certainly am. Been around a long time, normally on the other side of the camera, but particularly I know kind of what's going on and what they're thinking, so when I can, I'll try to add some value where I can.
And I look, take it from me, sometimes trying to get information out of these Superstock drivers is like getting blood out of a stone, so they might be a little bit more open to you too.
Yeah, I better wring it out of them.
Yeah.
Now, of course, we've got Stu down the other end, Paul.
Yeah, we do. Stu Russell, great to have you up here at this Superstock Teams meeting up in the northern part of the country, normally based a bit further south. How excited are you to go Superstock Teams racing?
Mate, it's my favourite event of the year, isn't it? You know, and we were lucky enough to have a Superstock Teams race a couple of weeks back in Palmy. The Panthers took on the Kings, and that just wet the whistle for what tonight's got ahead, you know, with 8 teams, some awesome teams racing in a primo format as well, which is very exciting. It's what we're used to in February for the second night. And I can't wait to you know, get out in the pits of something a bit different as well. You know, fitness is going to soon show its face tonight.
Yeah, I think there's going to be plenty of running backwards and forwards between the teams because these teams are all very evenly matched, aren't they? You wouldn't want to bet the house on picking a winner tonight.
No, I mean, I think not one single team is unchanged for Huntly teams last year. You know, the Gisborne Giants, the defending champions, they've obviously subbed out, or Wayne, you know, is out, and Tim Ross is in. So that's the only real change amongst that team. The rest is a whole lot of fresh blood. It's what it's all about. And I think too, with we've still got team champs happening in February, but with no New Zealand championships this year, it's a good chance to bleed a few more young drivers in without them having to worry about, okay, I've actually got to save my car for the New Zealand champs and things like that coming up. They may not have to worry too much about the budget for the rest of the season.
Okay, so your role tonight with keeping us up to date, what are you going to be doing?
We'll get down in the pits, as I say. We'll put the fitness to the test and get in there. We'll keep up to date with what's happening between races, some damage, things like that. If there's any changes from not protests, but you know, relegations from the referees, obviously Barry's going to help you with that. But we'll find out the insights from the drivers, their thoughts and things like that. And obviously too, having Wayne here, it's quite good because if a rule does get broken, we can actually have a chat with Wayne. He can explain it a bit more too from a driver's perspective.
Well, let's actually go to Wayne Hemi with that right now. Wayne, just as the drivers are heading out onto the track for the Grand Prix, as a driver, what's going through your mind at this point of the night?
Oh, it's pretty exciting this time of the night. You know, you kind of preparing to get down to the business end, and you obviously know what race you're going to be. You know, the first team race, whether it's 1, 2, 3 or 4, and obviously your crew are looking at the track and eyeing up the competition and making sure that the cars, set up for the right race.
Now, every team's different, but you've got a lot of experience with different teams over the years. At this point of the night, in amongst your group of 5, do you already have a strategy worked out? Do you know who's racing and who's on the grass at this point of the night?
Not really, because I mean, you've got to get through those hot laps, and you know, anything can happen to a car, and if someone's not feeling confident or something that it can change. So we've always gone out with 5 cars ready to go. Generally, we know what where our strengths are, and it just depends on those hot laps.
All right, let's bring in our 2 other commentators who are going to be joining us this evening. Let's start here with Craig Tonkin, who is the hometown commentator here at Huntly International Speedway, wearing a Stratford Scrappers shirt tonight, Craig.
Always proud to support both teams, but welcome to everyone here. It's going to be a fantastic night. Weather's awesome, and I'm just pleased to be here and have all you guys with us. So welcome to everyone online and here in person and all the teams. It's going to be fantastic. But yeah, supporting Stratford and basically every other team here. So it's going to be an awesome night.
All right, looking forward to having you join us on the mic. And Barry Brown finally is the sixth member of our commentary team this evening. Barry, we've done a lot of these meetings together, and we've got Wayne Hemme over here from a driver's perspective and his expert analysis. You always have all that focus on the grids, what's happening and the points and that situation, and also the communication with the referees tonight.
Yeah, we've certainly got that arranged, and talking to Rob McNaughton, the referee, we hope that we actually don't talk to each other all night. Hopefully it's all sorted out on the track, but if we need an explanation, Rob's always good at letting us know what goes on, and then later in the night for the semi-finals and the final, head out onto the infield, and lucky going to be getting driven around by the clerk at the course, so in the instant that crops up, I'll just get driven straight to it and driven away from it. So hopefully between the six of us we can cover everything over the next few hours.
Well, I think we certainly will. I'm starting to get excited now, Bianca, because behind the cameras, you might have been able to see a little bit of them off to the side. We've got the Auckland All-Stars side here. We are not far away from the Grand Parade. All of our 8 teams hitting the track tonight, so your chance to take a close-up look at the race cars and the drivers and show your support for those who are here at the track. Cheer nice and loud for the team that you are supporting this evening. And, of course, it is going to be pretty darn exciting, isn't it?
It's going to be really exciting, and I just wanted to move away from the Superstocks just for 1 second to talk about the other teams racing that we have tonight, which of course is a Ross Orr Memorial. Now this is really special, of course, because Red and Ross were really, really good friends. Ross, of course, passed away 20 years ago, and what a better way to honour a friendship than to have a memorial for him. So we have 2 races tonight, and the other 2 will be held in Rotorua. We don't know the dates as of yet, but I'm actually really excited to see that as well, because that's actually really very special.
Yeah, it is. Ross Orr, long-time member at Rotorua. He used to race for the Rotorua side back in the 70s and 80s. When the Rebels first won the Palmy Teams Champs back in 1986, he was the manager of the Rebels side back in those days. So there's been a regular clash now. We should probably put some focus out on the track, because I just noticed the cars are out there on the track. So we'll take a quick break. We're going to head upstairs and we'll take over from up there. So back to you, Bianca.
Awesome. Well, we'll cut away for a minute. We'll go jump on the track. We'll bring some of the drivers out in the Grand Parade. We'll see you soon.
Take a look at what is happening out on the track. Pollock Cranes, of course, our major naming rights sponsor for this big Superstock Teams Invitation weekend. They are out there, the big Pollock Cranes truck. What an impressive machine that is. In fact, Craig, you had it sitting behind you. Was it this morning, was it?
Yeah, it was. I was driving along in my little MX-5 and checked my rear view mirror, and it came right up behind me. I'll tell you, it's a sight for sore eyes when it's right sitting behind you. Great looking truck, and just looks fantastic out there today.
All right, it is towing the Bay Park Busters side. Of course, the Pollock Cranes crew are official sponsors of this Bay Park Busters side. And Barry, it's a big year this year for the Bay Park Busters.
Certainly is, Paul. Yeah, coming up 30 years since the Todd and Pollock Bay Park Busters, as they were known then, fronted 92-93 season, and then going on to win the Palmy Teams Champs in 94. After not being invited in 1993, so Rex Pollock, until he passed away a few years ago, put a lot into sponsoring the teams out of Bay Park, and great to see Wayne and Thomas Slater, Rex's 2 stepsons, carrying that on. 1965, the company was originally formed, and certainly was putting money into Bay Park Speedway prior to the Busters coming along, so great to see that Pollock name back out there, and seeing the Bay Park Busters in that Pollock orange.
All right, let's take a look at the teams as they are out there on the track now. Let's take a look at the Palmerston North Panthers side, the Demon Energy. Palmerston North Panthers coming around through turns 3 and 4, led around there by the 88 of Jack Myers. 94p is William Humphreys. 52, Scott Joplin. David Lowe in 722, and Peter Bengston in car number 58. So the Demon Energy Palmerston North Panthers now into turn 1. The Auckland All-Stars side are out there, and I tell you what, these teams, you talk about that initial Bay Park Busters side 30 years ago. Of course, now it is regular. It's compulsory now for teams to have matching bodywork after the Busters set that standard 30 years ago.
That's right. At that stage, that wasn't the norm. Everybody just ran individual team bodies. Busters did that. Stratford Scrappers copied them the following season, and so it went, and now it is actually mandatory for the stock car teams and super stock teams to be running the matching bodywork.
All right, so let's take a look at that Auckland All-Stars side, who are being led around by the 33 of Robbie Maybe. We then go to the former 1NZ, Randall Tarrant, racing out of Auckland this year, 66. 72 is Cody McKee, and it was this meeting last year that he kind of became a bit of a breakout star in the Superstock teams racing.
Didn't he?
Yeah, didn't he just? Gary Lonergan in behind there in 95, and then Tyson Wooten, who was one of the standouts up at the Auckland teams meeting last year in 717. So the Auckland All-Stars, managed by Jeff Cook, and a couple of their big sponsors there, Salter Cartage and Cargo Co-Ordinates. So a couple of great sponsors behind this Auckland All-Stars side. All right, we're heading down onto the infield now, and let's head over to Bianca.
Hey, I've got Seth McConchie's car, 272 from Bay Park Busters. How you doing? Big smile on your face. You must be gunning to go.
Yeah, pumped day, just lapping it up, just trying to take in the whole experience, First time teams racing in Superstock, so yeah, bloody pumped.
And I follow you on social media. You might call it following, some may call it stalking. You've actually had a really good start to the season, Seth.
Oh yeah, try my best, yeah, just trying to give it a real good nudge, yeah, bloody oh.
These guys, what are you going to do, Tell them.
Oh, good friends, Yeah.
So you had a good trip over, the team's ready to go. Who's your team captain tonight?
Kerry, Captain Kerry we call him. No, yeah, he's pumped as, and the whole team's pumped. Obviously we're a bit young, a few young boys, but no, we're going to give it our best shot, and yeah, just out there to just put a big show on for the crowd,
And can you tell us, have you got a strategy going yet?
Oh yeah, there's always a bit of strategy. Obviously once the flag drops it can change, but yeah, we same just go out there and just, if we all do our roles, hopefully a plan comes together and we'll end up with the dub.
Do you know what your role is?
Yeah, can't tell you that though.
Too many secrets,
Yeah, got to hold on, Yeah.
All right,
Gary Lonergan over there.
Oh, Gary. Look, you go and enjoy your team. Thanks for talking to us. Good luck, mate. I'll be keeping my eye on you. You go hard. Awesome.
Oh, look, and that's one of the things with this Bay Park Busters side. Seth McConchie, debut tonight in Superstock teams racing, gets asked about who's your captain. Captain Kerry. Kerry Remnant, there is no more experienced teams racer in Superstocks today than that man.
Oh, definitely not. He's a fantastic driver and a fantastic manager.
So we look now to turn number 2, and we come to the Rotorua Rebels team, who are starting to make their way through turn number 2. And of course, the Rotorua Rebels, the current NZ Superstock Teams champions after that epic win back in February. I was climbing the fences down in Palmy, I'll tell you that.
There is photographic evidence.
All right, let's quickly run through the Rotorua Rebels side for you. Leading the way there, 7R, Mig Rumney. We've got 10R, Alan McRobbie. 14 is AJ Axtons. The 93 of Gary Hunter, and 638R, Robbie Morris. That is your Rotorua Rebels side, who are heading out onto the track tonight to represent the current team's champions from the big Palmy meeting. Let's head back down, and Bianca is with Randy Tarrant.
Yep.
Oh, Stu.
Yeah, mate, it's me, Paul. I've got Randy T, mate. Randy on debut tonight for the Auckland All-Stars. It's a little bit different.
Yeah, mate, looking bloody forward to it. I've always rated Gary Lonergan very, very highly, and finally get to race with him now. So hopefully we can work our team tactics out together and, get the job done.
Yeah, mate, what's the environment been like the last day or so with the team, obviously starting to gel? I know you've raced with these guys a fair bit, but as oppositions, what's it like now being amongst it?
Yeah, it's good, there's a bloody good vibe down the pits at the moment. The All-Stars are looking good, the cars are looking good, and we've got some bloody good gear, so everyone's pretty excited. We've just got to finish off the end of the job now.
It's been a while, but the team's slowly been building. Now you guys literally are a team of all-stars.
Yeah, well, just got to get the all-star job done now, so it's going to be bloody good. And hot as, who knows what's going to happen. Every team's a good team this weekend, so it's going to be some awesome teams racing.
Randy, all the best. Hey, you've been going well. Leave it back to the team. Back to you guys up in the box.
Awesome, thank you so much, Stu. As we take another look at the Rotorua Rebels side. So, of course, here at Huntly Speedway in the previous couple of years, they have entered both years, came home 5th back in 2019, 4th place in last season's race meeting for the Rotorua Rebels. So we've got two teams lined up out there on the infield. The Kiki Kings, I don't even think I saw the Kings do a circuit of the track. They've just come out and lined up there. We see the Wanganui cars, the Warriors in the pits. They're about to make their way out the pit gate. So the yellow cars out there, of course, the Stratford Scrappers, who you're supporting this weekend, Craig. I think everybody's kind of got their allegiances, don't they, with who they're supporting?
Yeah, no, it's always good to have a bit of rivalry going up here. So it's good that the three of us are supporting different teams. So we're going to bring it home, of course.
All right, let's take a look at that lineup. 28 is Blair Eulenberg, and behind him, Carl Shearer in 75. 82 is Hamish Booker. Then we get to the 84 of Hayden Barker and the 133 of Tyler Walker. And of course, both of those two, Hayden Barker and Tyler Walker, part of that very successful Stratford Stormers side that won the Stock Car Teams Championships. Of course, both now made that move up into the Super Stocks and will be great additions into the Stratford Scrappers side.
Most definitely will be. It's looking good to see how they go.
All right, we are about to head off to another interview, and this time around we've got our expert comments man, Wayne Hemi. Let's see how he goes on the opposite side of the microphone, and he is interviewing Jack.
Good, different to being on the side of the track, but hey, you got a good draw tonight, and how you feeling?
Yeah, no, we all good to have been a bit later. We've got the whole team here, so no, it would just be good. We all know what we need to do. We had a bit of a run in Palmy the other week against Kiki, which was sort of good to iron out any sort of kinks and whatnot. But yeah, we just can't afford to make a mistake tonight. It's knockout, obviously. So yeah, just hopefully win the first race with not a lot of damage, and yeah, straight on to the next two after that. Same deal.
Yeah, that's right, Jack. And the track's looking minted in it. It looks a lot of drive in the track, and certainly going to suit the Panthers.
Yeah, no, we've all got good gear, so plenty of power and whatnot, which you need on these drivey tracks. So we were sort of one of the first races of the night, so we should have a reasonably good track. Hopefully, if they keep powering a bit of water into it, keep the black off it. But same for everyone.
Yeah, well, it's good that you had a run against the Kings the other night at home, and you guys had the win, and you guys must be feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, no, like I say, we had the same team there, so you're always a bit rusty, sort of first couple of team races of the year, so hopefully we hit the ground running tonight.
Yeah. Well, good luck, Jack, and we're hoping for you for a win.
Well, there we go. So we talk about everybody with their different alliances. I think we see there where Wayne Hemi's alliance is sitting tonight, which I think is probably pretty obvious. So we brought out the Bay Park Busters side first off tonight, because obviously sponsored by Pollock Cranes, who are our major naming rights sponsor for the weekend as well. We've seen a whole lot of the other teams making their way out onto the track, as we see the Stratford Scrappers coming around through turn 4. We've got the Wanganui Warriors making their way along the front straight, and then the final team out onto track tonight is the defending champions, the Gisborne Giants, with an essentially unchanged lineup for our race meeting this year compared with last year. Although last year Wayne Hemi was actually their reserve driver. Last minute kind of call up into the Gisborne Giants side. Didn't actually end up making it onto track as race-wise goes. But he was there racing with them last year, so their only change is that Tim Ross comes into the Gisborne Giants side, as Stu was mentioning earlier on in our opening. Right, let's head back down, and this time around we've got Wayne Hemi talking with Asher Rees.
Hey Asher, how are you feeling tonight?
Yeah, we're all pretty good here. Good bunch of guys, new year, keen to do this. Obviously this will be New Zealand weekend normally, so we're pretty excited.
Yeah, I mean, you had a team race against the Panthers a couple of weeks ago, and you've got a good squad here, and obviously you didn't pick up the win, but I hear that you guys were really good, and you must be pretty confident in coming here this weekend.
Yeah, nah, definitely confident with the boys. Obviously didn't get that win, but Panthers are a strong team as always, and they prevailed that day. But this is a whole nother deal, and there's 8 good teams here, and it's anyone's shot really.
Yeah, it certainly is. The track's looking really good. Going to certainly suit your driving style, I think, Asher. It's a nice driver there, and you'll be able to really use your power tonight.
Yeah, we're hoping to use the power. That's what we got. So, yeah, the track's doing real well. Obviously, Red and his team, they always put a great show on, and can't thank them enough for what's here today.
Oh, that's good, Asher. Well, good luck for the night, and hopefully everything goes good and you get to the final.
Yeah. Nah, cheers. Thank you.
Right, we've got Michael Rumney, 7R. Mick Rumney from the Rotorua Rebels, mate. How cool is it to have the Rumney name back in the Rebels fraternity, bro?
Yeah, mate, pretty epic, eh? Have a Hunter in there and a Rumney in there. It's it's pretty cool, all right. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Hey, look, winning team from Team Champs down in Palmy in February. Then you jumped in the team for Auckland. It's what was the environment like jumping into a winning team like that, man?
Yeah, pretty epic, eh? And it's there's big shoes to fill when you're jumping in after a Palmy win, and so the boys are pretty amped for this one too. So it's we'll prepped pretty hard. So it's a mean environment, and we're just looking forward to getting out there, mate.
It's pretty level pegging for you guys across the whole field tonight because you don't have the twin telepathy, you don't have the Stewart brothers. So I think all the other teams have got a fair playing field. Is that it's good to have a few yourself, Robbie, obviously amongst the mix. Bringing a few of the young guys in.
Yeah, that's it, mate. The twins will be missed, but they'll be definitely back in there in the future. And the likes of Robbie Morris, we've raced with him in stock car teams, and all the other boys, they've got it dialed in. So I'm sure we'll be sweet.
Me, bro. Who's got the old head of the team this weekend?
What do you mean?
We'll go with Ella McRobbie, eh?
Yeah,
right, we're going to throw off. I think Bianca's got someone down the far end.
Hey, I've got my old mate Cody Mack. Cody, nice to see you again.
Yeah, nice to see you too.
How's your season going so far? Of course, Auckland's been in a lockdown, so not much racing.
No, not at all. We've only done one meeting on Monday, so fingers crossed it was enough to get the cobwebs out, and we're into it.
How did that meeting go for you though, Cody?
No, it was good. We finished 3 races, a couple top 3s, and I spun myself out a bit rusty to be fair, but it is what it is. We're here, we're excited, up the All-Stars.
I've heard that you're really excited. You were up this morning at 6 o'clock playing the PlayStation.
Absolutely. I was getting as much practice as I can on breakfast, but hey.
We got to find a way to relax, right?
Oh, absolutely. This thing does get a bit stressful, but it is what it is. I love it.
And so this is your second year in the Auckland team, your second hit out here in the Huntly teams. Tell me, what are you going through at the minute? I mean, you want to make it work for your team. You've only had the one race. Are you feeling the pressure right now?
No, not really. I'm surrounded by a great bunch of guys with great cars. Yeah, I'm quite calm at the moment. I'm very excited. I can't stop moving around. So, but no, again, we've got great guys who are very experienced. So if I need to, I lean on them, and they're more than happy to help me out. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, listen, we're going to cut back to Stu right now. But Cody, good luck for the night. Stay safe.
Thank you. Up the All-Stars.
Cheers.
I've quickly got Blair Eulenberg. He's got other things he needs to tend to in the meantime, but I'll grab him quickly. 28S, mate, you're one of the veterans of the team these days, bro. You've got Dorothy out for another hit out.
Yeah, we've brought her back out for some more punishment, I suppose. It should be good. Looking forward to it.
It's cool having such a big squad. Obviously, you've got Blakey there as well amongst it. He's 6th driver this weekend, but having T. Walker or Tyler Walker there, having Carl Shearer back in the mix, he was a hot rod back in the days when Mitch was about as well. That vibe was real good between these two. But now, obviously he's got the rest of you. You've got Hayden Barker back, and obviously Hamish Booker. Young team, but you're one of the veterans of it now.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Not a veteran. I've only done probably 20 teams races, so yeah, still a bit of a learner.
It's 20 more than a couple of the others in here. Hey, mate, look, with the team here, what's the achievement this weekend with the big squad you've got?
We want to win, obviously, but just getting some track time together and picking up what each other's doing, and just getting laps together really for the big one in Palmy.
That's one. We'll get you back with the rest of the team, and we'll throw it back either up to the box and with Paul and the boys.
Thank you, Stu. Yeah, some great chats there with drivers from across the teams. We're yet to catch up with our defending champions. I'm sure we will head there very shortly and take a look at those cars. Look, Barry, a whole lot of different emotions going on out there with the drivers right now.
Yeah, certainly is, Paul. And I love the Cody McKee one. I can't stop moving around.
Yes.
And he's been on the PlayStation since 6 a.m, so he'll be ready. Had a couple of texts in too. Obviously, we've got a good crowd, and now it's going to get bigger. People talking about 30 months 30 minutes from the coal mine just to get into the stadium here and queues way back out. So, if you're sitting next to someone, you might need to get a little bit closer to them, introduce yourselves, and we're going to have a massive crowd in here by the time the Superstock Teams racing starts.
Now, it got mentioned at one point earlier on with regards to this weekend. It was originally, these dates, supposed to be the New Zealand Superstock Championship weekend. And Asher Rees out there, of course, racing with the Kings side, a key component of that team who won this team's event a couple of years ago. I guess for him, the nerves must be a little bit less than what they would have been if he was defending his big title tonight.
I think it probably is because for a start, for this, he's already qualified in the top 8 teams, isn't he? New Zealand champs, no seeding through the defending champion. But on the other hand, this is different to like the Palmerston North teams champs where you can have a big win and a narrow loss and still get through to the second night. This is a one-night event and you have to win every single race. You can't lose a race or you're going back into the runoffs of 5th and 6th, 7th and 8th.
Okay, yes, so the AP Group Kiki Kings, winners here 2 years ago. Then last year they made the final up against the
Gisborne
Giants, who are our defending champions. So let's talk through this format and let you know how it is going to work tonight. So we start with 8 teams, right?
Yep.
Okay, carry on. How does it work?
All right, so they did the draw during the week live on Facebook, and Auckland All-Stars versus Palmerston North Panthers, Bay Park Busters versus the Kiki Kings, Rotorua Rebels versus the defending champions, Gisborne Gladiators.
Giants,
sorry, my apologies. And I'm sure we'll make that mistake again as the night goes on. And Wanganui Warriors up against the Stratford Scrappers. The 4 winners... the top 2 go through to semi-final 1.
Yes.
The bottom 2 winners out of those 4 teams races go through to semi-final 2. And then depending on the points of the other teams, there'll be run-offs for 7th and 8th, 5th and 6th. And then you got your 2 semi-finals. The 2 winners go through to the final. The 2 losers go into the run-off for 3rd and 4th.
Okay, so we've got the 4 initial races and the 4 losing teams. So for a losing team, you still want to score as many points as you can.
Yes.
So it's obvious who the race winner is. They move to the main semi-final. So we have our 4 losers. Based on the points that those 4 losing teams score, the 2 highest scoring losers will race off for 5th and 6th.
5th and 6th, yes.
And the 2 losing teams that scored the least amount of points will race off for 7th and 8th.
Yes.
So that's our format across the course of this evening. It's exciting. Like you say, you have to win right from the get-go.
Yeah, if you don't, you know that 3rd is the best you can possibly do. But that's the thing, that the points are almost supplementary because they know they have to race for the win. And then really what happens after that, if you lose, you can afford to lay it all on the line right in the last corner to try and get that win.
All right, let's see. We're hopefully going to have a catch-up with our Gisborne Giants team shortly, but I think should we lay it on the line right now with our crowd and see where the support is? So let's start making our way down the line. We're going to start in turn number 2. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, race fans, here at Huntly International Speedway tonight for the Pollock Cranes Superstock Teams Invitation. Who's back in your Wanganui Warriors?
Not a lot of action out there.
No, okay. Shall we keep moving along the line? Where's our support for the Kiki Kings?
Yeah, you can hear that.
You can hear that one. Listen to that.
You certainly can. Of course, what about our Demon Energy Palmerston North Panthers?
So.
Okay, how about the Auckland All-Stars?
That sounds the best so far.
Yeah, pretty loud. Okay, we're moving on. We've got 4 more teams to go. Where's the support for our Bay Park Busters?
A little bit.
Okay.
Save the best for the last 2.
Well, no, the best is right now from my point of view. Where's the support for your Rotorua Rebels?
Yeah, the family's out there, Paul.
Yep. Okay, how about the Stratford Scrappers?
Yeah, see,
Well,
listen to
quite
that.
a few
There you
there from
go.
the Naki.
There you go.
Yeah,
All
that's
right.
Craig's
where's
family.
And where's the support for our defending champions tonight, the Gisborne Giants?
Wow.
Like, that's awesome to hear that there's support across the board.
Yep.
These drivers are going to turn it on for us tonight. You may have seen them when they were making their way around. They had signs, big call flute signs. The drivers and crews have signed those. We're going to be out in the crowd giving those away tonight. Right, it is time to head back infield. Enough from us right now. Let's head back to Wayne Hemi on the infield.
He's in a different year.
Well, I've got Jamie Hamilton here from the Giants. Jamie, you must be feeling good. Your car's extremely fast. I had the pleasure of watching it at Palmerston through the stream, and you must be pretty confident tonight.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident. Haven't had any problems with the car this season, and it's been going pretty good. So yeah, last year when we were here, it went well. So yeah, it's all up to me really.
Yeah, well, hey, the Giants. I mean, what can you say? The champions. They've got a strong team, and hopefully they can get to the final and and have a good race against the person that comes through. And obviously, Pete Rees is sitting here ready to hand the trophy over. But the track's looking extremely good and driving. It's going to suit the Giants, I'd say.
Yeah, I definitely think so. Like, I rate our whole team as being the sort of fastest cars on the track at the moment. With Josh and Ethan and Tim and Pete, obviously, we're all going pretty good. So, yeah, it feels good.
Well, that's awesome. Well, good luck, and hopefully we see you in the final.
Yeah, we got Matty Wise down here. We thought we'd better come and chat to the Wanganui team because they're down the far end. They needed the love field. Mate, Matty, you had a hit out against the Manawatu Mustangs earlier this season. It was a good run for yourself, except for one little demeanour. Have you read the rule book this week?
Yeah, I've learnt my lesson. I just bit of a dumb mistake, but it won't be happening tonight.
Let's be fair. It's best to get it out of the way then and understand it properly. Then things like this in February, right?
Yeah, hard out. I was just trying to save my car.
That's right. In general, though, you've been going well. A slight little problem with the engine, but otherwise, car's flying. The rest of the team's looking good, and you've got a great sixth driver, Kayla Mooney, who's impressive in the Superstock ranks.
Yeah, the car's been going awesome, and it's been pretty reliable, so hopefully we carry that tonight, and all the rest of the team's been going real well too. So we're just hoping for some good reliable cars and some races, and yeah, got a real good sixth driver as well, so if he needs to come in, it's no issue.
And that's the one. All the best, Matty. We're going to throw back down to Bianca. We've got a bit of a presentation going on.
I sure do. I hope you guys have enjoyed the interview. Very shortly, these drivers are going to go off. Racing starts at 6 o'clock, of course, but first we have to have the very important business of handing back the trophy. Pete, you've done a good job of babysitting this for 12 months.
I was actually lucky I remembered to bring it, thanks to Scotty. We didn't get time to clean it, but we brought it back.
Yeah. And so, of course, Fiona, this has been a huge event for you tonight. You'll be rapt to hand this over to the new winner later on.
Definitely, yep. And would once again like to thank Pollock Cranes, but also I want to thank Red and our team here at Huntly for the fantastic job that everybody's done to get this meeting here. And thank you to everybody out there. It's awesome to see so many people. Have fun, enjoy yourselves.
And there we go, the handing over of the Pollock Cranes Superstock Team's Invitation Trophy from Peter Rees back to the club, and then of course we'll find ourselves a new winner later on tonight. Or will Gisborne go back to back? Currently undefeated, obviously, because like we talked about, guys, that knockout fashion. They weren't here in year one. They came here last year as the newbies on the block, and then they beat Huntly in the opening round. They then beat the Rotorua Rebels in the semi-final, and then Kiki in the final. So they're undefeated on track here at this Huntly teams meeting. They will be tough to beat, Craig, but the thing is there's not a lot between all of these teams.
And that's the thing. All the teams are equal, but there is one who's the standing winner from last year. Obviously, they've got a target on the back. The other guys are going to be wanting to let's say, get some revenge. So yeah, it's going to be great. But you're right, all the teams are pretty much level pegged.
And that clash at the start, Barry, is going to be an interesting one, because you got the Gisborne Giants, who are your defending champions here, going up against the Rotorua Rebels, who obviously won the big one last year in Palmy, which the Gisborne side haven't quite been able to pull off yet, but they've been, darn close on a number of occasions already. So it is a little bit of a clash of the champions to get us underway in that first round, or in the third race in the first round.
Yeah, certainly is. I think every clash is a good one like that. That Auckland Palmy one, Palmy and Unchanged team, I think from Auckland last year when they won. Looking very, very good. And Auckland, of course, only had the one meeting. But then Auckland have got Randy T in the side now, and of course living in the Hawke's Bay, he hasn't been affected by the lockdown and has probably done more laps than any other super stock driver in the country this season, I suspect.
And he's already proven how quick he is here at Huntly already this season.
Oh, yes. 3 out of 3 when he was here just before Christmas. And I think his most impressive run was at the Hawke's Bay Champs earlier this month, January the 2nd. He had a puncture in Heat 1, puncture in Heat 2, won the repechage to start from grid 25 in the 20-lap feature and finished up second from grid 25. So just shows how well he's balanced in that car at the moment, just unbelievably quick.
Skin themselves. Looks as though we might be having an issue here with the car that should be coming through to set up onto grid 8. We see the 7S of Darren Jeffrey just kind of hanging back and not pulling in behind into that grid spot.
That won't impress the clerk of the course, will it?
No, not the kind of not the kind of start we're wanting at the beginning of the night. So full race program tonight is 22 races for you here at Huntly International Speedway. Welcome again one and all those who have travelled from across the North Island to support their favourite teams tonight, I'm sure.
There's talk of this being a 10-team format next year from the 8 this year, hoping the obviously the Waikato team will be back in, plus one other. So yeah, this meeting should just continue to grow, and getting a crowd like this tonight is what's going to help it grow, isn't it, Paul?
Oh, like super stock teams racing, eh? It's the draw. It's huge.
You've got to look a long way to find anything better, particularly in a COVID world.
Oh, I was hoping we might not hear that C word tonight.
That's it.
Okay, there we go.
Over and done.
So it looks as though the issue might have been with 75A Todd Neal, who was stalled up there in turn 3 for the street stocks as they race clockwise in their opening heat of the night. So the 7S was holding back, waiting for the 75A to come through, but no, he's got some issues. So Todd Neal heads to the infield. Still a little bit of a mixed bag when it comes to the back end of this street stock grid, but we're underway. First green flag of the night here at Huntly International Speedway, and we are rocking and rolling. In the first car to go around is Darren Jeffrey in the 7S as he gets spun up in turn number 1. Slows a couple of them down. Philip McNamara in the 9B car got caught out there. We've got a second car backwards. Jensen White on the infield as well. But out front, it is going to be Shane Walden who will lead them easy. Thumbs down from the 9B car of Philip McNamara. Red lights are on. So he's got some major front end damage down there as Philip McNamara.
He's not going anywhere, is he?
No. No, so we'll get the crash crew down there. We'll need a tractor to get the Philip McNamara. So he was the car that got spun out.
So, yeah, it kind of feels like tonight the season really gets underway.
Yeah, it certainly does. Right, crash is cleared in the starter's hands, and we are racing again. Leader is 689 down the main straight and into turn 3. 689, you race it. He's got a good gap too, over the 55, and it's pretty tight. Second, third, fourth, fifth. A little bit of push and shove in the back part of the pack as our race leader just gets into a little bit of a tangle here with the back marker. A bit of smoke from the 199 as Walden looks around the outside. Eventually makes the pass as Cody Torito in the 11A car, the white machine. Some issues coming off turn number 3 and 4. 67 and 68 have a tangle in turn 4. Meantime, our race leader still 689, Shane Walden, doing it and doing it easy. The 6G, Cody Gooch makes a pass, comes in behind the 46 of Brent Reddington. Tries to look underneath. We've got the pole sitter Stedman sitting out on the concrete wall, still mobile, but a real wide run to the campaigners we've been right in amongst the running at a lot of our major events. Brent Reddington 46 and Cody Gooch in the 6. Having that battle there. Oh, round goes one in the turn number 4. 72B of Darren Malling makes the pass up the inside of Gooch. Now tries to hunt down his Hawke's Bay club mates, Brent Reddington. So we try and find our race leader. Also, Brent Reddington, our new race leader, because 689 has pulled onto the infield. Shane Walton is gone.
Yeah, he came across the curve down here on turn 4, and the left front wheel has stayed connected, but it was turning different directions to the rest of the car. So he tried for another lap and then parked it up.
All right, so the red number 46 is our race leader now. Brent Reddington coming through turns 1 and 2. As the laps tick by, 7 gone for our race leader. 12-lap races tonight for all of our heats except for all of our classes, that is, except for the modifieds. 46, 72 and 6. The way they're running, and here we go. 72 is closing that gap as Steve de Malmoch, the former New Zealand champion, gets it all wrong down in turn number 3 in the 11R car. So there's your race leader, 46B. But he's put a back marker between himself and Darren Malling. That back marker, former New Zealand champion, so just slipping off the pace a wee bit after that spin, Steve de Malmoch. But 46, Brent Reddington. He's got this one in the bag at the moment. Still Malling and then Gooch. Then it's all the way back to the number 12 of, well, it was in 4th place, Daniel Curran, but he spins up down in turn 1 and 2. And now we see Malling try to make the pass here. He's trying to close that gap, but time running out, just 1 to go. Reddington with that buffer. Won't want to get tangled here with the number 7, and he won't. 46, Brent Reddington will take the win from Darren Malling. Then we'll go to Cody Gooch in 3rd place. And then waiting for 4th, here's 4th place here, 51 of Craig Anderson. So those front 3 did get themselves a little bit of a buffer. Got tight towards the end. But yeah, once Shane Walden had those issues with the punctures, it was all Brent Reddington's. So I don't know whether we've got Craig out there in the crowd with our giveaways, or whether he's just dishing them out. Right, some updates from the pits with our opening Superstock Teams race, which will of course pit the Auckland All-Stars up against the Demon Energy Palmerston North Panthers. Can tell you that Auckland have won the toss and will set the grid from the outside. So let's explain that, because traditionally you kind of think win the toss, you take pole,
yes,
which you think can be an advantage. But generally, in a normal race, whoever starts on pole position sets where the cars are going to begin on the track. So if you're the pole sitter, you can either start right out wide, forcing the second row right up against the concrete wall. You can start right down on the pole line if you want to, and then that actually then leaves it open for whoever's on grid 2, the rest of the track, to pick where they want to go to. So when you win the toss in teams racing, you can either decide to take pole position, or you can take the outside row. But if you take grid 2, you get to set where on the track.
Yes.
So you would have to think that what they're going to do is they're going to push them right down onto the pole line. That's the only advantage of choosing the outside row, right?
I can only imagine so that they can't use
the wall,
the grunt and power that they've got into the first corner and come across as well. Pretty unusual, isn't it? Hawke's Bay do it occasionally, I've noticed over the years. But not a lot of other teams do. But I guess Auckland know they've got to come up with something.
Hi, welcome to X Factor Cars, Southland's multi-award-winning pre-owned dealership. Stockists of classic collectibles, V8s, family vehicles, trade vehicles and everything in between. Thinking American or Aussie muscle, family vehicle or custom? Think X Factor Cars.
But man, anything can happen with this format.
Okay, let's take a look at those sides here. Firstly, the Wanganui Warriors, we've got number 6, Elias Dykstra, 23, Scott Duncan, 57V, Dylan Marshall, 81V, Max Holloway, and 136V, Matty Wise. Up against the Stratford Scrappers of Blair Eulenberg, Carl Shearer, Hamish Booker, Hayden Barker, and Tyler Walker. Now, the thing with, so the Warriors on debut, the Scrappers, this is their third time here. They have never won a teams race here at Huntly in this event. So they've been here twice before and have not won a race.
That's a good stat, isn't it? Not for them,
Not for them, no.
A very interesting stat. So no doubt that will be something that the team management's pointed out to the Scrappers in their team talk. Some of these teams that are running in later rounds, obviously they get a chance to watch these first couple of races before they have to make their team plans.
And also their setups and how the track is going to react. Okay, so this is it, the opening race of the Pollock Cranes Superstock Teams Invitation. Thank you so much to Pollock Cranes for their support of this weekend's big race meeting. I'm Paul Hickey alongside Barry Brown and Craig Tonkin in the commentary box. Ladies and gentlemen, we did all the individual crowd things. We know which teams you are supporting, but of course, you always do get behind a team when it comes to each individual race. It's the opening race of the Pollock Cranes Superstock Teams Invitation. Who are you backing tonight in this one, Huntly? Where's the support for the Demon Energy Palmerston North Panthers? Okay, I think it might be a little bit louder when I ask for support for the Auckland All-Stars. Okay, there we go. Right.
Which is basically their third option, Paul. Who people support? Anybody that's racing the Panthers.
Yeah, that used to be the rule, didn't it?
Yes.
Right, so let's take a look. So it will obviously be Scott Joblin in the 52 who sits out for the Panthers in this one. Peter Bengston.
Yeah.
Okay, now he'd lined up on 2.
Yeah.
So obviously they hadn't quite, the communication hadn't quite been there to the Panthers side. Obviously knew that Auckland had won the toss, so he automatically set up on grid 2.
Now Auckland have pulled away.
Okay, so here this dance continues.
Yes.
So it's going to be Gary Lonergan who will start on grid 2. So this is it's interesting, isn't it? We talked about perhaps why would you pick grid 2. He's actually still brought it quite wide onto the racetrack. So Bengston could have moved it right into the pole line if he wanted to, which would have separated the two rows. So on the front row is Peter Bengston and Gary Lonergan. Row 2, Cody McKee for Auckland, David Lowe for the Panthers, William Humphreys lines up on row 3 alongside Randall Tarrant, the back-to-back New Zealand champions, Humphreys and Tarrant. Then we go to the 717 of Tyson Wooden on the back, and 88 Jack Myers, the current World 240s champion. What a lineup! It is the All-Stars versus the Panthers, the Pollock Cranes Superstock Teams Invitation. 12 laps. Winner moves to the semi-finals. It is win or you are gone. Race fans, it is Superstock Teams racing at Huntly, and we are go! So Lonergan onto the brake straight away. Peter Bengston will lead out. Cody McKee right on his tail. McKee keeps his foot hard in. It takes Bengston straight to the concrete wall. Bengston's got some issues. They both have come to a stop. So now it's Humphreys and Wooten. They've come from row 3 and 4. Who head to the wall? Oh, we got one over. David Lowe is over, and Gary Lonergan's gone to the front.
That was an absolute waste because McKee was in the wall with looks like no steering, and Lowe decided to have a shot at the front end and rode straight over it and turned himself over and out the race.
Took himself straight over on that one.
Well, yeah, like you say, McKee looked to be already out. So it was a shot which didn't need to be made. Although, you know, easy from the outside. Easy from the outside.
It's easy for us to say that. Sitting up here, up high, we can see everything. Down on trackside, he would have known that. He might have thought he was just sitting there parked up. So went in for the hit. But, yeah, came out second best on that one.
So Lowe is over and out. And at the front is Lonigan. So we're getting replays for those watching the Pits TV stream. And yeah, look, McKee, after he took Benston to the wall, did stop on. No, McKee was mobile again. So Lowe would have seen him moving.
Yes.
And did go in for the shot. For our stock car teams championships. Oh, the tractor needs a push.
Well, it's going to be one of those nights.
O&M teams racing.
And while we've got a bit of downtime here, of course, the sixth driver for the Panthers, Jordan Deere, brand new race car this year. It's just made its photographic debut online. If you want to go and check that out, immaculate looking machine. Right.
At the moment.
Yes. All right, here we go. In the starter's hands again. 95, 94, 717.
Red lights are out.
Wait for the green. Let's go. So here we go. Second and third, they're the ones to watch at the moment. As the race leader now comes up behind the 88 of Jack Myers, gives him a good punch. And tactical, a little half spin there from Lonigan. And problems for Jack Myers. The 88's gone in field. This could be a boil over.
And Cody McKee looks like
he's moved up in a second spot now, the 72. He's gone past
much
Humphreys.
damage on that right-hand corner.
No. So it is Peter Benston. He's still got the issue sitting in the concrete wall in the 58. It is William Humphreys, the only Panthers car still mobile. And he's running in third place. So our race leader comes around and he'll complete 4 laps. So a long way to go in this. Peter Benston, what can he do in the 58? He's not going anywhere, is he?
He's trying to get it moving, but he's not going anywhere.
Yeah, no, the steering is taking him out towards the concrete wall. So he is not a threat to any of these all-star cars. So the Panthers here, at the moment, sitting on 25 points. And now Randall Tarrant, he's slowed up. So he's just going to... There's no real need for them to block William Humphreys. A win for the Hawkeyes, whether they, for the All-Stars, talking about Randall Tarrant, a win for the All-Stars with 100 points is just as good as a win with 180.
Exactly.
So that spins, although it'll drop the Panthers. It'll drop the Panthers even more. So these two New Zealand champions going head to head. William Humphreys won NZ in 2018. Randall Tarrant won NZ in 2020. So that's dropped Humphreys now down to 4th place.
Who would have thought, Paul, that probably the best blocker that Auckland's got in Gary Lockwood leading the race and one of the quickest cars in the country, the 66A, is out there blocking.
Yes.
And that's what teams racing about, confusing the opposition.
So it's Gary Lonigan leading from Cody McKee. Tyson Wooden's there in 3rd. Humphreys is 4th and Randall Tarrant's 5th. I don't see that changing. Tarrant is a lap down on Humphreys. We've got 9 laps gone from the race leader, make that 10. So 2 to go in this opening heat of the night, and it will be the All-Stars who will advance to the first of the semi-finals. These two teams have faced each other once in this Huntly Teams Championship.
White flag out, last lap.
Tonight was a rematch of a qualifying night matchup 2 years ago. It was Palmerston North who were the winners, but tonight it is the All-Stars who come out on top. Gary Lonergan comes home in first place. Cody McKee will cross the line in second. Tyson Witten will be third. William Humphreys fourth, and Randall Tarrant will round out the top the top five and the point scorers, and the only 5 finishes. So we have it on points.
175 to 20.
Who would have picked that?
I kind of fancied Auckland as a long shot, but
Yes.
that was absolutely dominant. And 20 points for Palmerston North is very likely to see them in the run off for 7th and 8th.
Yeah.
I asked who picked that, and I've got Stats Boy, my son behind us. He was earlier on picking a Auckland Stratford final tonight. So he's on the right mode at the moment. Put your hands together as they make their way around on their victory lap, managed by Jeff Cook. First blood tonight to the Auckland All-Stars.
And we were talking just before the first race about how that first turn on lap 1 can turn a race, and basically Palmy lost two cars on that turn 1 and 2 on the first lap, didn't they?
Yes.
So,
and then as soon as Jack Myers had those issues, it was all over from then. If anybody could have pulled it off, the experience of Jack Myers and the pace in the 88.
Goes to show, though, with the experience out there, that in teams racing anything can happen. I mean, this was an example of that.
Oh, it certainly was.
1 car left running.
And just like that, it can turn on a dime. So the Auckland All-Stars through to the semi, and they will take on the winner of the Bay Park versus Kiki race, which is, I think we're having
we've got stock cars up next, and then straight back into the Bay Park and Kiki Kings.
Anderton Decorators are a long-established Canterbury company covering the whole of the South Island who love to support their local community. If you require expert advice from design to application, then Shane has the expert team to ensure your next project is hassle-free with a professional finish. Floor to ceilings, walls to roof, inside, outside, commercial or residential. Let our team take the hassle out of your decorating. Give us a call now on 027 Painting. That's 027 724 6846. Anderton Decorators, we have you covered.
By the officials down there. Alrighty, let's try this again. 10 laps, stock car, heat 1. We are racing. 4G of Nigel Hamilton straight into the lead. 3-4 wide into turn 1 and 2. We'll get through there relatively safely. Bit of contact from 57 into turn 3 and 4, but good one through there. Hamilton is wide. Elimination wide. Drew Manning, 4th place, and Vincent in 5th. Kahneman 79, coming on turn 5, so Norman Henderson. A few issues there, but manages to get back out. Action there, but running high and wide. Hazel's at 54G, loud and proud out the front. But 99H of White looking to do what he can to catch up, but he's got that's down, 7 to go. Running around the wall. Being pushed along by 97H, Casey Cheatham. Olympic car just flexing the muscle. She's Kenanaki past it. Midway through the race, 5 laps down, 5 to go. They're looking at Hayden. was a Kiki car. Nice and tight on the inside, coming out turn 1 and 2. Down the back straight, making a nice pass from Jason Vincent. Red Capital, 19 field. Marking up there. Laps down, 2 to go, wide back, each time out. Looking at 54 Hazleton, 781H. Moment battle down the back straight for number 8. And 43, Ethan Attenborough. White flag out, 1 to go. Car number 54 is race leader. Coming down the back straight, turn 3. Daylight between first and second. Nigel Hazers in 54G, taking out the race. Second place, Henderson, 81H. Third place, 99H, then Barker, Vincent, Carter, then Henderson. 94 Murray, Humble at 4H, and 97 of Casey Cheatham in the top 10. Track's looking great out there. Cars getting a lot of traction and having a great time out there. But what a race! But I'd say race prize going to Hazleton 54G. Gisman car cruising up. Always good to see. Just coming around to get the checkered flag. Big round of applause as Nigel comes around. And of course, straight after this, we're into race 4, which is the Bay Park Busters, and the versus the AP Group Kings, the Kiki Kings.
And we've had confirmation that Bay Park won the toss.
Okay.
And they have chosen pole for the second of our qualifiers tonight, the Pollock Cranes Superstock Teams Invitation. So a hot afternoon, summer, we are loving it right now, and let's hope that we can continue on with plenty of great speedway meetings under the sunshine over the next couple of months.
The St. Nicholas is a familiar sight around Bluff as she steams out to capture Can-Do Fishing's famous Bluff Kinner. Once caught, the Kinner is brought back to the purpose-built factory in Bluff where it is processed, packed and shipped fresh to you. But that's not all that Can-Do Fishing can do for you. Try some of their green-boned fish or delicious power products and you will soon see why seafood from the Bluff is world famous. So head to your local fish market or supermarket and ask for Can-Do Fishing Kinner, fish or power. Can-Do Fishing, there's nothing we can't do for you.
Well, I got Jordan Deere here, 6th driver for the Panthers this weekend. Jordan, not the start or finish that the old Panthers needed.
Yeah, good to see you, mate, on the other side of the mic. Yeah, just come up today to give the guys a hand. 6th driver, and obviously we've got a really good team there, but the cars just let us down in that one. Just the luck of the draw sometimes, you know, and we've obviously both been in their boots, so it's really disappointing when your car lets you down because we put in all that prep work. Especially these guys, you know, they spend hours prepping the cars during the week, and for them to let them down in that first race is really disappointing. So they'll be doing everything they can to get them back out and put on a good show.
Well, it's certainly a star-studded Panthers squad, and it's a surprise that they aren't, you know, they didn't come through the final. But as I say, and we know that mechanical issues you can't help. It's part of racing, and it just happened there. But probably better to happen now than happen at the team champs in Palmerston North, and I'm sure they'll come back nice and strong. And hopefully, Jordan, you'll be sitting in your brand new Linton chassis come team champs.
Yeah, hard to watch from the other side of the fence. Definitely want to be out there, but you know, like I say, we've got an awesome team here, so hopefully they'll get out there and do the business, because I mean, there's a bit of a hoodoo up here for us in Huntly. I don't think we've won it, so, well, not for a few years anyway, so be good to see us come back next year, and I'll be keen to get in the team for that one especially.
It's awesome, Jordan. Well, hopefully the Panthers have a good night and they finish, get the cars going, and there's a lot of good racing to come on, and all the teams are strong here this event, and it's going to be a great final, whoever ends up in it.
Yeah, we might have to start cheering for your old mates from last year, the Giants, but yeah, best of luck for the Panthers in the next one.
All good, thank you, Jordan.
Yeah, there you go, Jordan Deere with Wayne Hemme. So we turn. Oh, okay. Here we go. So, stats boy behind us. Mark Dunn was born in 1995. Kerry Remnant made his team's racing debut in 97.
Oh, there you go.
So, I was close.
You were close, Paul.
Close.
Not close enough.
But we got the facts coming hard and fast behind us. A quick update from down in the pits. It was obviously that shock issue with 52P. The bumper was bent around on the Peter Bengston car, so that was the issue there. So that's why he couldn't turn to the left. Still, we'll get some updates on Jack Myers shortly to see what.
Yeah,
the issues
I'd
were
like to
there.
know when it was the last car that the last time so many Palmerston North Panthers cars failed.
It would be a while.
Yeah.
But, you know, traditionally, Auckland have been a little bit of the bogey team for the Panthers over the years. As we see a bit of action happening down on the pits, the 3-minute bell is on, so we are counting down. We've got 2 minutes and 33 seconds remaining of the 3-minute bell, so we've got work going on under the bonnet of the Mark Dunn car. There were a few little tinkles on the one NZ, so he's away, and gone now is Asher Rees. So it was 3 and 3, all lined up at the pit gate. Just some change to the setup on the right shock height, the left rear shock of Dan Pollock's car.
Just looking at the boys working on the injury down to the plastic work this moment in time.
Although he did only do a lap. So we might see if we can head down and catch up with Stu. He's been out there, and we'll see if we can get a catch up with him and just get an update from down there on the track. Stu, what were you seeing out there, mate?
Yeah, mate, I'm just going to see if I can grab one of the Bay Park boys. Do we know what's going on with the 93 car?
Just trying to find out now.
Oh, we got Mark Dickey here. Hang on, we'll just grab him. What's going on with the young cars?
They're just going to have a look at their, I think the plugs come out of the computer, so they're just putting some more cable ties around it, so we'll have a look at that. And Kerry's all good here.
Yep, they just tightening up the fuel cap in Kerry's car by the looks.
Yeah, that's all, yeah.
Sweet. We saw that happen with the 272 car, Sefro's car, a couple of weeks back, the computer come unplugged, so and we saw what happened to his car, so now hopefully the young 93 car should be all sorted if they got that computer sorted. Maybe they sit him out as a precaution, who knows, we'll soon find out.
Well, they're coming out to push him off anyway, so by the looks of it, he will sit this one out. And as Stu said, just as a precaution, if you've got those issues there, you don't want to risk it right now. And he didn't do any hot laps either, so he's got no opportunity to do any setup change either. Exactly. I think it's the obvious choice to put him on the infield.
We've seen it from time to time, though, Paul, when the guys do actually still put a car in like that.
I'm just going to jump in quickly. Yeah, they've grabbed his helmet and gear and that, so the 93 car's out for this race.
All right, thank you for that, Stu. Yeah, Barry, you were saying.
Yeah, it does seem sometimes we've seen with some of the top teams races in the top cars that do have problems on those hot laps, and they do still tend to try and run them to keep that experience out there, but it can backfire very quickly sometimes, can't it? Nothing beats a reliable car.
All right, here we go. So Bay Park winning the toss and choosing pole. It will be the experience of Kerry Remnant, who will line up on the front by the looks of it. Yes, it will. So he pulls the orange Bay Park Busters car. Alongside him will be the 3NZ of Mitch Vickery as they line up. Let's see where the Huntly crowd allegiance lies. Who's backing the Busters?
Not a lot out there. Come on, guys.
And who's saying, come on, the Kings?
All the way down back straight.
Saw a few people clapping for both there, so we just won a good race.
Matt Nielsen pulls onto the infield for the Key Kings. So let's take a look at how they line up the front row for the Busters. It is Remnant. Mitch Vickery on the outside. Row 2, Shane Malsop for the Kings. Dan Pollock for the Busters. Then we've got Ryan Hunt on the inside of row 3. Outside him, the 1NZ of Asher Rees. And the back row, Gav Tunifar for the Kings. Seth McConchie on debut for the Busters. And a Superstock Teams Racing debut at that. Race fans, 12 laps. Kings versus Busters. Qualifying race. Let's go! So straight away we see Vickery take Remnant to the infield. Rees takes Ryan Hunt to the infield. So that leaves a lot of pressure now on Dan Pollock, who runs out front. Kings running second, third, fourth. Vickery comes in with the big shunt. Just drives him to the concrete wall. And can he roll him? No, he can't. It spins around and Vickery then comes under attack from Ryan Hunt. And then another shot from Kerry Remnant. Round goes Seth McConchy as he tried to take out Shane Malsop. So it is the 1NZ who is your race leader of Asher Rees. Shane Malsop still in second place in 71. Vickery is mobile again in the 3NZ.
Got 272 of McConchy down here on turn 1.
So we got Busters. They're down to 2 cars already by the looks of it. So Ryan Hunt has now moved into second place in the 29. Here he is coming up behind Gav Taniwha. So Taniwha looks to put the blocks on.
McConchy back in the race.
So 272 mobile again. So Shane Malsop's now gone onto the blocks. He was running up in third place. Vickery now up to third as Ryan Hunt gets past Taniwha. Now what can Seth McConchy do in the 272? As he comes up behind Taniwha. 1NZ Asher Rees is your race leader, unchallenged at the moment. So McConchy being held up there by Taniwha, but that was essentially blocker on blocker. 1:29 and 3 is the way they're running. So Asher Rees, long way ahead at the moment. As 272 and 71 have a little bit of a dance on the grass. Malsop takes the car wide, tries to bring it in low, puts the attack on McConchy. We've now got Ryan Hunt back on the tail of Gav Taniwha. Here comes the 3NZ Mitch Vickery. He sits in third place. He's going to look around the outside, makes the pass. And Asher Rees. So now 1 and 3 are running first and second, but 1 is a lap ahead. As Ryan Hunt gets taken to the concrete wall, he's dropped down into third place. Kerry Remnant is running in fourth. So Pollock has still not moved. Malsop in the concrete wall in turn number 2. So Gav Taniwha is doing a great job here with Ryan Hunt, who's now dropped to fourth. But the Kings comfortably running first and second with the 1 and the 3. Oh, smart from Asher Rees. He slows up, lets Vickery past him. So Vickery has the job to do of protecting the 1NZ. And a great move there from Mitch Vickery. Now, Kerry Remnant in the 19 has now just passed Mitch Vickery for second place. But remember, Asher Rees is a lap ahead. It's going to be white flag next time around for the 1NZ as Remnant still chases, but like I say, a lap down. Here comes the 1NZ. He's going to look up the inside here of Ryan Hunt. So no threat there. White flag will fall. There it is. So it is up to Seth McConchy. The 272. He's got a flat inside front. In turn 3, 272. Oh, here we go. Smart again from Rees. Although he doesn't want to muck around too much because here comes Kerry Remnant. Oh, Malsop puts the shot on. Rees will come around, looks around the outside. McConchy has the swipe. Can't make it stick.
How do you call that?
So Asher Rees will take the win. Kerry Remnant's jumped up into second place with that pass. So provisionally, Rees, Remnant, Vickery, Malsop and Hunt. So it'll be
145 to 50.
50, yep.
145.50. So if that stands, at the moment, it will be Auckland versus Kiki. And, of course, Bay Park and the Panthers move through to the lower consolation finals. So again, just right from the outset, wasn't it, Bay Park were in trouble?
Oh, man, they wound Dan Pollock off and just about into orbit, didn't they?
Mitch Vickery certainly didn't ease up in that new race car this year, of course. Here we go, Huntley. It's where the biggest cheer came from. Show them your support again. A good win over the Bay Park Busters. It is the AP Group, Kiki Kings, Asher Rees, Mitch Vickery, Shane Malsop, Gav Taniwha, and Matt Nielsen sitting that one out on the grass. A good performance from the two-time finalists. First up.
Build it, make it, fix it, shift it, tow it, stow it, dig it, lift it, mow it, trim grind it, chip it, we hire it. Mix it, pour it, smooth it, finish it, saw it, plane it, nail it, polish it. 0800 24/7 rent. We hire it. 0800 24/7 rent. We hire it.
Right, so just a reminder as we get set for the first up modified race. Big crowd in here, great to see you, but a reminder, we do have our official live streamers here tonight with the Pits TV. You are not permitted to live stream anything from this venue through Facebook or any other means. Please, no live streaming allowed from the terraces tonight, only the official live stream through the Pits TV. And just the other little bit of information I've had, it was a gearbox that went in the 88P of Jack Myers, so that was the issue there.
Gearbox is always going to do it. You can't can't battle through with that.
Yeah, pretty hard to move, eh?
Yeah, kind of need that. So I think that was managed to get through all the cars out there, but as I say, great to see we've got 8 cars out on the field. And these things always fly at Huntley, so looking forward to that. We've got Blair McPhee and Sid Ferguson sitting up on the front row. That's going to be a great launch when the green flag drops on that one. Looking good, lights are out in the hands of the starters now. Everyone's looking happy. We are racing! Sid Ferguson high and wide, straight out into the lead. Jamie Fox running a bit wide, getting close to the wall on that one, but as I say, Ferguson out the front. Luke Brown, 1NZ already lifting the front wheels off, coming out of turn 2 and turn 4. But we're looking at Ferguson, McPhee, then Crump, Kalen, Brown, Turner, Quigley, then Fox. 2 laps down, 8 to go. 2NZ of Blair McPhee putting the pressure on local boy Sid Ferguson. Then daylight back to Tegal Crump, 63A. Top 3 cars. 63A of Crump going wide. That'll bring the yellow lights on. Yellow lights on, slowing down. Give Daniel Crump a chance to get safe, get back onto the track. 193, Sid Ferguson is your race leader. Coming down the back straight now. 2NZ of Blair McPhee, right on his tail. Then now we're looking at Stratford boy, 12S, Jason Kalen, working his way up. Of course, we're racing back into it. Straight on the gas. So Ferguson running wide. Is that going to open the door for 2NZ of McPhee? We know Sid likes to run wide on these corners. He doesn't mind if he's up high or down low, anywhere he'll race. The 2NZ making the cut on the inside. Drag race down the back straight. Can he make it stick? Sid Ferguson hanging out wide. Not giving up without a fight. 5 laps down, 5 to go. Whoa, Sid Ferguson running wide there and having to hit the brakes on that, brought him right back down the track. So now we're looking at McPhee, then Kalin, Brown, Fox, and then Ferguson. Bit of a gift horse that one, I think, for McPhee. 1NZ coming up on the inside of Kalin. Kalin making their car as wide as possible. Bit of contact there, but Rubbings Racing coming out turn 2. McPhee, Kalin, Brown, then Fox. 8 laps down, 2 to go. White flag out, 1 to go. 2 NZ of McPhee, then Kalin. 1 NZ of Brown, then 11 of Jamie Fox. Checkered flag, that's how we see it. 2 NZ. Liam McPhee. Jason Kalin, 12S. 1 NZ of Luke Brown in 3rd. What a way to finish the first race of the modifieds. As you say, late introduction into the class in the field tonight. So great to have them here.
Yeah, so confirming those results there. McPhee home in first place. Jason Kalin out of Stratford home in 2nd. Luke Brown, the 1NZ in 3rd. So great to have, you know, when you get a field, it doesn't have to be big, but when you've got a field that includes the current 1 and 2 NZ and throw in multi-time 1 NZs like Jamie Fox, it's, you know you're going to see some good racing out there anyway. So he heads off on the victory lap, the 2 NZ. Looking good and showing it out.
Hi, Malcolm Nardo from Suck It Up. We specialise in hydro excavation in the Canterbury region, safe dig methods around services. Also we do septic tank cleaning, drain cleaning, CCTV over your pipes. If you want an excellent service, please check us out on Facebook.
Suck It Up Limited, 740 Marston Road, Christchurch. Call them 24 hours a day on 027 588 8809.
Hey, I'm down here with Seth McConchie. Seth, mate, welcome to Teams Racing.
Yeah, how buzz is that, eh?
That was awesome. Talk us through your first race, start to finish.
Oh, yeah, pretty nervous leading up, but, you know, it's another race at the end of the day and just try to be calm and wanted to do my role well. Obviously, I was blocking. It was pretty hard. Got a block with Gavin Tunify, he's like a pretty legend, eh? So I was like, oh, it's on. But no, it was good. Yeah, took him to the infield and then I got punted from behind, I think by someone, Asher maybe, and then got fed off by 71. But yeah, I lost my brakes, so that made the whole rest of the race hard. But yeah, a bit of limmy bashing, eh? We're right.
Now, you got told off a couple of weeks ago for not re-entering where you exited, but you made sure you got it on form tonight.
Yeah, I was just getting pushed and trying to sort of keep it straight, and I was a bit all over the show, so I went off the track, so I just made sure I came back round because, yeah, I've been penalised for that before, so no, epic fun.
Any damage?
Oh, yeah, a little bit, but yeah, we'll get it back out there, for the next one and rip the Bay Park Pollock Busters.
Have you asked the crew to make any changes, or are they just taking care of it for you now?
Yeah, I don't know. They'll leave it to them, eh? I'll just come and talk to you guys and have a sprite.
Take it easy, relax time.
Primo.
Hey, I better let you get back to it. You go for gold. Good luck. Unfortunately, not the victors, but hey, you've got another race in you.
Yeah. Just a quick shout out to Ritro Engineering from Wellington. Cheers, brother. And Tamaro, he's watching as well. Cheers, Tamaro.
Oh, there you go. Big shout out. There you go. Welcome. Cheers. All right, back to you, Paul.
Thank you very much, Bianca. Yeah, Seth McConchie actually commenting on a couple of things there. Let's just quickly touch on those about re-entering the track where you leave the track. So if you get spun or get taken off the track in turn 1, by an opponent, you are supposed to come back and re-enter the racetrack in turn 1. So if you were heading into turn 1 and somebody drove you infield, you can't all of a sudden kind of cut the corner and head over and re-enter in turn 2. Also, if a driver does what you actually do need to do, if you're side by side and you get taken across the pole line onto the grass, you actually need to stop and re-enter behind the car. All right.
Yep.
So you'll see a lot of drivers do a full 360-degree U-turn essentially, because the other car could just sit there outside you and stop you from coming back on, because if you're on the grass, you can't edge in front of that car that is taking you inside the pole line. Barry, you've got a couple of updates for us, have you? You've been downstairs for a bit of a chat.
Yeah, well, basically no update so far, Paul. Rob McNaughton, Speedway New Zealand referee, said the first race was really like doing 12 laps to hot laps.
Yep.
Because basically the Auckland cars were out there on their own for most of it. And, they had a little talk to Ryan Hunt from the second race, a little bit of pole line crossing like we were just talking about, but nothing major.
Okay, let's head down into the pits and over to you, Stu.
Yeah, just a quick update for the Panthers. Pinkston broke that front end with that hit. The front end collapsed. They're repairing that job. Jack Myers, the torque arm snapped during that race, so that hit him out. And of course, we saw David Lowe. He drove over the top of Cody Mack, rolled. William Humphrey seems to be all good. With the Kings, Mitch Vickery just doing a gear set change. You see there's absolutely no drive out of turn 2, and I've heard that from numerous drivers. Also, the right front on the roll cage is a bit bent, but the stewards are happy with that. Asher Reeves bent front bumper on the left front, you wouldn't believe it. Mel Sop right front tyre gone, that's him sorted. And then of course Gavin's all good. The Busters, Dan Pollock bent the right front bumper, and Mark Dunnett was the computer issue.
Well, we might see quite a bit of setup if they can, some changes going on here with these guys, but the Giants, they all looked very, very quick out there. What a lineup for both of these side, and the Rebels won the toss and have chosen the outside.
Ooh. Yes.
So a repeat of what we saw in the first heat. So the Rebels winning toss, but Gisborne will start on pole. So now we've a few cars to the gate, and looks like most of the Gisborne team are happy. Just the one Gisborne car, Josh Prentice, who's at the gate, so a 3-minute bell.
A little bit surprising, isn't it, really, Paul? Like, particularly the Reese cars. I mean, they build their own cars. There's so much finesse in setting these things up. And we certainly saw Asher going to the pit gate for just a little fine tune. But yeah, they're all more than happy.
Yeah, and with the track slicking off a wee bit, I thought there might have been some last minute, maybe just some adjustments there, but AJ Axton's was the one car we did see spin on those opening laps, and yeah, they are doing a little bit of adjusting on the front end of that one. We're getting a lift up on the front of the Josh Prentice car, so he's doing some changes there as well. I've got to say, this Rebel side, I like the touch of the gold wing.
Yes, I mentioned that on the Grand Parade. Very nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
It looks good. Looks really good.
Nice touch. So everybody seems fairly happy there. Still 2 minutes and 5 seconds remaining on the 3-minute bell, but we're all happy. So these two sides met in the semi-final last year, and it was obviously the Giants who came out victors and going on to secure the title. So the Rebels, 5th place back in 2019, 4th place last year. So to better that, they have to beat the Giants right here, right now.
Who are we backing?
And let's find out, Huntley. Where's your support in this one? Who's backing the Rotorua Rebels?
Bit of noise out there. Can you hear a bit of noise?
And what about your defending champs tonight, the Gisborne Giants? Well, I can quite clearly hear that the support is for the Giants, but I'll call it more support for the Rebels. No. Straight down the middle from me tonight. I could have worn my Rebels shirt, but no. Loud and proud Rebels fan, of course, but here we go. Lining up on the front. 1, 2, 7. Ethan Rees on pole. AJ Axton's on the outside. Row 2 is Mig Rumney and Jamie Hamilton. Then we go to Peter Rees and Alan McRobbie, the two number 10s on row 3. And on the back, it is Gary Hunter for the Rebels, and the number 5 of Josh Prentice for the Giants. Robbie Morris and Tim Ross on the infield as reserves. 12 laps, qualifying race number 3 at the Pollock Cranes Superstock Teams Invitation. It is Rebels and the Giants. Here we go, race fans. Let's go racing. So straight off the bat, it is the inside row who head away.
Pause out the front though.
It is. So away at the front goes Ethan Rees. Mick Rumney sits in second with Peter Rees putting a bit of pressure on Rumney. Tries taking him wide to the concrete wall. Here comes Hunter. Oh, just has a miss. Oh, no, he did just manage to tag him. So here we go. At the front now, it's Rees, 127 as he comes around behind Alan McRobbie. One of the best blockmen in the country, but Rees drives him wide. Now he also hits wide himself. He tries taking McRobbie wide. Gets the pass made though. Oh, problems for Rumney. And straight, Rumney's going to come off. We've got a bit, the side wheel guards come off and is sitting on the track down there, I'm pretty sure of it. Officials won't be able to see that. We've got Hamilton who's been taken to the wall. Oh, and McRobbie gets Rees. So Gary Hunter will go to the lead.
Red light.
On red. Going to get, as you say, probably going to get that...
the wheel guard off the Mick Rumney car.
I can't see it.
Yeah, I saw it come loose. Maybe a bit of concern down here for Mick Rumney as well in the number 7. The officials are in there looking at him now. Have they gone to grab that or not? Maybe I might have been mistaken.
I wonder if it just came loose but didn't come off, because obviously from this angle we can't see the other side of the car.
So race leader is Gary Hunter. Ethan Rees still in second place. Now Peter Rees would have now moved through into second actually on track. The 10G will be in second. Then it's Hamilton, Axtons, Rumney, McRobbie and Prentice.
AJ Axton's number 14 coming on.
So no, I think he's been sent back. He was late to see the reds.
Okay, took a while to stop, yep.
So that gives Hunter a little bit of breathing space. So a lot of pressure now going to come on AJ Axtons, because McRobbie, he won't be that keen on letting Ethan Rees out of that turn 4 concrete. Josh Prentice in the number 5 sitting over just off the track in turn 3. So heading into turn 1, there we see the 93. Then we've got Axtons and Hamilton together. Lights are out. Set for a restart. Let's go racing. So here we go. Peter Rees looks around the outside of AJ Axtons. AJ changes his focus. Good move from the number 14 as he takes Peter Rees to the wall. Gary Hunter, he's going to look around the outside of Josh Prentice. No. Now Hunter. Oh no, he stalled the 93.
Number 10 of McRobbie's. It's got underway again. He's parked up there.
So here we go. Hunter's mobile again. As AJ Axtons looks to mix it up with Jamie Hamilton. So it's still 93 and then the 10G. Our electronic lap scoring.
Ethan Rees down the back straight.
There's the 10 and the 2 10s having a battle. Now our electronic lap scoring telling us that Ethan Rees is still your race leader, so he has retaken the lead over Gary Hunter. Right. Now here's this battle again, the 10 and the 127. Gets himself caught up there, does Ethan Rees. So here we go. Like I talked about, he's going to have to do that loop around. And again, Gary Hunter, the car has stalled the 93 as he got held up by Josh Prentice. And he's going to pull to the infield.
So now 10G, Peter Rees is your race leader coming out of turn 2 down the back straight.
So it's 10-1-2-7. All of a sudden, the Giants take control. As the 93 car, it's those reliability issues. And the Hunter car gets talked about a lot, and that's the problem. Once again, was sitting healthy and comfortable at the front.
Yep.
So 10, 1, 2, 7. Gary Hunter still your leading Rotorua car. AJ Axtons and Alan McRobbie have only done 4 laps each. AJ Axtons crosses the line again. He's 4 laps behind the leader. Losing battle here for the Rebels now. 2 to go for the number 10. Oh, big hit on AJ Axtons from Hamilton. And we'll spin him around. Here comes Peter Rees. The 2 10s have had big battles right through this race. White flag should be.
White flag out, 1 to go.
Yep, so Alan McRobbie has to ease off there after getting taken onto the infield by Rees. So Peter Rees, nobody in front of him now to hinder his win. So Peter Rees will take the win. Ethan Rees will come home in second place. I tell you what, we thought the 20 for the Panthers was bad. The Rebels might score 10. And orange lights are on. So the official results have Gary Hunter listed in 5th place. Did Alan McRobbie cross the line? I'm sure he did.
He did, yep, 5th place.
So the 10 car should score 10 points.
Yep.
So that is worse than the Panthers.
And officially I've got it at 185 to 10.
So confirming those results, then the score is 10G. Peter Rees takes the win from the 127 of Ethan Rees. 5G Josh Prentice. So the two Rees cars completed 12 laps. Then Josh Prentice and Jamie Hamilton in 3rd and 4th only did 7 laps, and then Alan McRobbie has now been moved up to finish in 5th place. Only did 6 laps, but he was blocking right from the outset, obviously. So a crushing win. The Giants over the Rebels. And here we go, Huntley. Show your support. Peter Rees, Ethan Rees, Josh Prentice, Jamie Hamilton take that win. And they continue that winning streak that is now 4 wins from 4 starts at the Pollock Cranes Huntley Teams Invitational.
It's action for the whole family. With 23 tracks around New Zealand, there is no better way to spend your weekends than at a Speedway New Zealand track.
Here they come to the start-finish line again.
There's something for the whole family. Sprint cars, saloons, stock cars, sidecars, midgets, and much, much more. Pack up the family and make a trip to adrenaline-filled, action-packed bashes and crashes that only Speedway can deliver. Visit www.speedway.co.nz to find out the track nearest to you. Speedway, it's our summer thing.
Then we get a whole lot of cars head towards the pit gate for a 3-minute bell. Hopefully we get some updates pit side shortly from the team. We'll get some of their feedback and see what's been happening down there. So again, we wait for the officials to give the all clear, and there we go, 3 minutes underway. And look at the crews into it. Of course, this is not the usual kind of thing at all. When it, normally you've got plenty of time back in the pits to make your repairs, but so pressure on the pit crews here. Certainly not going to change a tyre in 8 seconds or less, like some of the other pit stops we see.
The interesting thing though is we were saying with 361 of Clinton Cheatham going around slowly, but he's not doing any work with his car.
No, that was a bit of a tactic, I think.
I think it might have been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it definitely might have been.
Just an update back to that previous Rotorua race. It was a gearbox drive shaft issue for Gary Hunter in the 93. Not the first one we've seen tonight, obviously. That's it. It's just how different those things could be if Hunter had carried on. For the Panthers, if Jack Myers didn't have the gearbox issue. Because that's it. You lose one car is 25% of your team. And it can just change the dynamics of a race so much. 2 minutes left of this 3-minute bell. A little bit of panel slapping. G'ing up the drivers there on the side of the 87H Nevin Shrub. A couple of 87s out there. Of course, pretty tough to get mixed up. We've got the Rascals in what's an identical kind of paint scheme to the Rebels, except the blue and reds are reversed and they're on a silver base, but the same style. And then obviously the Waikato Raiders side with the black and obviously the red and yellow alongside. Last work going on there on the Sam Pearson number 19. So, remember the Rascals have won the toss and have chosen to take the outside row. So grid 2 for the Rascals. I'm trying to think, in all my years, and I've been around probably 5 or 6, plus 40 more than that, I can't recall ever seeing a Rebels race straight into a Rascals race. This is pretty cool. This is pretty cool. Right, Sam Pearson. No, I thought he was lining up along the outside, the 19. Might be Mike Herbert who will bring it up in the 52.
Plus it's not even at Rotorua, Paul, so...
no, it's not.
You'd think if it was going to happen, it would be one night at Rotorua. It could be arranged. But this is somewhere else on a random draw, so
So that's interesting. The 361 Cheatham's come up, when in theory it should be the 2 come up, but oh well. Obviously, Sam Pearson for the Rascals is happy. So it looks like Chris Shingleton who will sit this one out for the Rascals. And just into a second year of stock car racing, former 1MZ in the street stocks. So it's the 287s actually who park up on the grass. So Nevin Shrub for the Raiders and Shingleton for the Rascals. So we've got Cheatham and Pearson on the front. Dixon and Aiken on row 2. Then it is Phil Potts and Herbert on row 3. Orr and Hutchby at the back. And Sam Pearson just a little bit too keen. A lot of experience in this side on the track here. Of course, Keegan Orr back in Rotorua again after spending a few years racing in Auckland, part of that successful Alleycat side that won the national title. Justin Hutchby, boy, he's been racing for years with the Raiders. So we're underway. And we got 6 into the turn. First off, Keegan Orr's going to stick at the back and block. Cheatham looks to take the lead as he takes Pearson out wide into the concrete wall. So Brett Aiken takes the lead. Herbert has a look around the outside. Here comes Cheatham. He's going to come in behind Herbert. Can't quite get close enough. Problems for Dixon. So Pearson decides to leave Cheatham alone at that point. Now, big shot from Pearson onto the 27. Takes him out wide. So the Rascals now up into first and second as Herbert spins Hutchby. That drops him back to second place. And Sam Pearson now takes the lead. The 27 of Brett Aiken just a little bit wrong in his attack on Herbert. And a slight little spin himself. We've got some front end damage on Hatley Dixon's 915R. So the Rascals running 1 and 2. 19 and 52, your race leaders. As Pearson looks around the outside of Hutchby, makes the pass. Hutchby will try to come at him with an attack. Can't quite get it though. He's going to run wide here. What's Herbert going to do? Looks in underneath. And we've got a flat right front for the 88. Now, this will be interesting to see what happens here from an official's point of view. With this new rule, with the tyres, that's a flat right tyre, so you're supposed to retire. So here's the race leader, Pearson, round the outside of Hutchby. Easy pass. Keegan Orrs keeping Clinton Cheatham busy down in turn 4, and just straight around the outside goes the race leader. So Mike Herbert's dropped back a wee bit, but 19 still your leader. 6 laps gone. Hadley Dixon doesn't look like he's moving anymore in the 915. Oh, he lost a wheel on the 27. Bounces up onto the concrete wall, and lights will go red.
That's going to make it, yep.
Oh! Ooh. Big hit by Hutchby on Pearson, well after the reds. And that's your race leader, Pearson. Yep. So the tyre's been retrieved. So we might see if we get any replays of that one. That certainly looked, to me, well after the red.
That contact over in turn 2?
Yes,
definitely.
yeah.
I think it was. Seeing that wheel fly off takes me back to, I used to race off-roaders and I had my own front wheel beat me across the finish line once.
That's never good.
It wasn't good.
Well, does it still get awarded to the first part of your car that crosses the line? That's generally the rule, isn't it?
They still awarded the win to me, but they did make comment that my wheel should be getting it, not myself.
Yeah, I've actually done the same thing over the Bombay Hills, and the wheel bounced past me. I thought, I've seen a mag wheel like that somewhere before, and looked in the rear view mirror and saw the shower of sparks, and thought, now I know where it's come from.
Yeah, they're nice mags.
Yeah.
You're interested to see what happens with, as you say, this contact over on turn 2.
I didn't see exactly when the red light came on, but yeah, 2 cars were lining the 19 up, and very difficult to tell, especially going into the sun weather over there at the moment too.
All right, we are green.
Obviously happy with it. We're racing.
So Hutchby still trying to put the blocks here on Pearson, who's going to loop around. So second place is still Mike Herbert in 52, but this pace has slowed right down here. Now,
no kidding.
So here we go. Leader is 19, around through turn 4. Sam Pearson, he's going to come in with a shot here on Hutchby. So we might need to get this rule clarified on the wheels. Maybe it's not relevant in teams racing.
It's not.
It's not.
No.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Another big hit on Sam Pearson from Hutchby, who takes him to the wall. And again, another cruncher from Hutchby, showing all his tenacity and experience. As no, it's just a tyre, off. So they may continue with that one. So Sam Pearson, no, we've gone red.
So number 27 down here, which is one that lost the wheel, is still running.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a number of flat right fronts out there. I think the 361.
361.
And yeah, I did see one other one. 735 of Orr is flat right front as well.
Yeah, I think that might have been his wheel, or his tyre that's come off. Looks like a pretty shiny rim.
Yeah.
On the 735.
The tube was sitting down on the outside of turn 4 for a while.
So we've got our race leader, Sam Pearson, is being moved back at the moment, and he's completed 9 laps. He's 2 laps ahead of Mike Herbert. Then it's another lap back to the 27H of Brett Aiken, who is crippled, minus 1 wheel in turn 2. He is your leading Waikato car at the moment. 6 laps done. All right, let's go green again. So Mike Herbert looks around the outside of the 24. Ends up putting himself in the wall. 7.35. Keegan Orr puts the block on Hutchby. Bit of smoke coming from the 19. Looks around the outside. No. A little bit of foxing there from Sam Pearson in the 19. So Mike Herbert puts himself one more lap into it.
19 Pearson.
So the hits are certainly going in here. Pearson, gets around the outside. Whole lot more smoke. White flag out, 1 to go for the 19R of Sam Pearson, the Ross Orr Memorial, best of 4. These two teams will battle one more time tonight. And around comes the 19, Sam Pearson, who will take the win.
Yep.
Of course,
Herbert 52 in second place.
Of course, points aren't relevant here. It's just the wins that count. And it will be a win for the Rotorua Rascals in a pretty fierce teams race, to be honest.
That was, to be fair. That was fairly aggressive.
Owen Cheatham, he needs to ease off here. Oh. So the Rascals go one up.
Technical Welding Services Hamilton are specialists in the transit concrete mixer industry. From chassis drop-off to a full working concrete mixing, the team will take care of the job from start to finish. Full engineering services and general sheet metal work can also be undertaken. Need a quote? Call 07 847 2031 or visit our website www.techweld.nz. Technical Welding Services Hamilton, we are the experts.
Hey guys, so I'm down with the Gisborne Giants. That was a well-calculated race. I couldn't believe it. You annihilated them.
Yeah, we actually did it. It started off pretty hectic, but we managed to get control and make it down to our pace and come off the win, so that's the best part.
Absolutely, and the team worked as a team. You could see where each other was. It was just very well thought out. Now, guys, pan around. I've got the entire Gisborne team here, and they've got a very special shout-out to a very special viewer. Tim Ross, off you go.
Yeah, big shout out to Brendan Gooch out there. All the best in your recovery, mate. Hope you get better soon, and we'll give it shit for you tonight and hopefully pull through.
I don't know if I can say that word, but hey, it's done now. Josh, anything you want to say? I mean, that was a great race. Blocker of the year.
Oh, no, that red light probably helped us a bit. It got a bit messy at the start, and then that red light, we could sort of look around and see who was winning. It was good for me because I seen Rotorua were in the lead, and first car come around, it's going to be Rotorua. So, it was good. The boys all stuck to their plan and we got the job done. That's what we're here for.
And I'm going to skip down here to Jamie Hamilton. Jamie Hamilton, that was hard and fast. Your car's over here getting a little bit of work, but you're all good?
Yeah, no, me and the car are all good. It's nothing major, so we'll be ready to go for the next one.
Now, I just heard Paul Hickey talking about your puncher. Of course, that new rule doesn't apply to teams racing. I think that's a surprise for quite a few people.
Yeah, I was actually thinking that when I got it on the red light. I was trying to remember if that was the case, but yeah, I wasn't going to give up unless I was told to get off the track, but yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you've got to keep going until they pull you off, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I wasn't going to give up like that.
Good man, good man. Hey, listen, we really appreciate your time, guys. I know that you've been waiting a while, so we'll get back to you, Paul Hickey, but good luck for the rest of the night, Gizzy.
Yeah, he's the first one up for the bell.
Just noticed Matty Wise too, coming down the back straight on that last lap of the hot laps, and one of his teammates slowing down very quickly in front of him and took evasive action. Didn't miss by a lot, but as long as there's no contact, there's no contact. But
okay. Just an urgent call, please. We're looking for the owner of looks like a grey Nissan, registration GKA221. Just with where you're parked at the moment, there's a car in behind you that has been blocked in that urgently needs to get out with a sick baby. So a grey Nissan, registration GKA221. That car in the car park needs to be moved urgently, please, to allow the car behind you out to get away with a sick baby to be looked at. So please make your way up there. Right, the 3-minute bell underway, 2 minutes 50 to go. We've got the entire Scrappers squad at the gate. And just the one Wanganui car, Elias Dykstra 6V, is the only one down there. So another call and a reminder, please. We've got people out there in the crowd who are live streaming events. We only have one official live streamer. So please cease any live streaming on Facebook. You are not permitted to do so. If you are found by security, you will be removed from the venue. That call from the Waikato Club. Please do cease any live streaming from the terraces.
And also you're affecting the people around you as well. So play the game, guys. Just sit and enjoy the race. You don't have to worry about filming it on your phone.
Your mates can watch it on get the professional stream.
Or on the, exactly.
So looks like most of the work there going on the 84 car of Hayden Barker. Nobody around the rest of the Scrappers cars who are all just sitting there.
Just while we're watching, it's actually quite interesting. Blair Eulenberg, 28, yes, the Stratford car, Blair Eulenberg. He's actually got two cars.
Yes.
So he's got one for teams racing, and another entirely different car for normal individual racing. So he's got a Kruger car and a Linton car.
Yeah, William Humphrey's the same in the Palmerston Panthers team earlier.
Just toss a coin, which car shall I take today?
Oh, no, I think it's a case of you take the older car teams racing as opposed to the... And I suppose there was that little discussion there before when Wayne Hemme was talking to Jordan Deere about whether Jordan will be in the team come Palmy, which he hasn't even debuted the car yet.
Yes. Yeah.
So, potentially it might only be his second, third meeting in it. He has entered for the 240s, so I know we'll definitely see him there. But, it's always a big ask taking, relatively new cars. I think that the new Linton of Eulenberg's was new last year.
Yeah, I think he did have. Yeah, I think he did have two last year. Yeah.
Right, here we go. So, again, just reminding you of the toss. It was Stratford who won the toss. I need to go
Wanganui.
back. Wanganui. Just lost my page. Wanganui won the toss, and they chose pole.
Unusually.
Yes, against the Tide tonight. So as they line up, let's do it again. Huntly Speedway. Let's see where the supporters, and we'll share the honours here. I'll start. Who's back in the Wanganui Warriors?
Who's back in the Stratford Scrappers? Look at that.
There we go.
My team.
You got them wound up, Craig. Okay. So, the Wanganui Warriors on debut at the Pollock Cranes Superstock Teams Invitation. Up against the Scrappers. Finished 4th in 2019. 6th last year. And it's Scott Duncan who sits on pole for Wanganui. On the outside, Tyler Walker in 133. It will be Eulenberg in 28 who pulls up to the inside of row 2. Outside him is Matty Wise, 136. So it should then be Dylan Marshall, who should pull in next, because the 6 of Dykstra and the 84 for Stratford, they're infield, they're pulling their gloves off. So here we go. Now Dylan Marshall will come in. So he'll be on the inside of row 3. Carl Shearer on the outside, and then the back row will be the 81 and 82. Max Holloway for the Warriors.
And Hamish Booker for the Scrappers.
All right. Here we go. Final qualifying race for the Pollock Cranes Superstock Teams Invitation. And it is another 12-lapper. Here we go. Scrappers and the Warriors. Just getting the signal just to hold that pace for a moment. We've still got the orange lights on. You see the... It's funny just how different tracks do it. Oh, here we go. Green flag. Let's go racing. So this time it's the inside row where the blocks go on. Carl Shearer's going to lead away. Had some pressure from Holloway, but Tyler Walker tries to take that pressure off him. Shearer maybe had an instant in a moment where he might have been able to make a move. Now Tyler Walker up to the front as he got in down underneath Max Holloway and his teammate Shearer. Now Matty Wise has a look round the outside, and Shearer takes both Holloway and Matty Wise to the wall. Oh, that was that hit by Booker right in front of the referees too. That could be an interesting one. Matty Wise pointing the wrong way up the track in a non-attacking position, and Booker hit him at pace.
Yep.
So race leader is still the 133. So Stratford are leading. Oh, Booker, big shot into Holloway, takes him to the concrete wall.
Might have parked them both up there by the looks of that. Neither of them moving. Bit of
exhaust flame from the
exhaust
Holloway car. Here we go. Tyler Walker now, 133. He's in a Wanganui sandwich. He won't want to sit here too long. Looks around the outside of Marshall, who gets it all wrong. Here comes Matty Wise, though. He'll now get on the back end of Tyler Walker. Wise needs to take the 133. He's fast as Matty Wise, and he spins Walker. Oh, and then Marshall comes in and corrects him.
That was nice of him. Thanks for that. Appreciate that. Membo down the front here with the 28 of Eulenberg.
So Eulenberg is running in second place. So it's still Stratford running 1 and 2. And Walker mobile again now. 133, your race leader. Dylan Marshall in 57 is running in third. So they're all still on the same lap, the top three at the moment. As Duncan pulls infield, does he in the 23? No, he's just doing the rotation to get himself back on track. Needs to get out there and do some blocking. The 23 of Scott Duncan. Because at the moment,
the 75 of Carl Shearer sitting in wait by the looks of things. No, waited long enough, he's on the gas.
So the car that he needs to stop is the 57. Here we go, here's round through turn 4. It's Eulenberg with the pressure on Duncan. Eulenberg running in. This is a battle for second and third here. Here comes Duncan up the inside and moves into second place. So he moves into second, but it's almost a lap lead for Tyler Walker in the 133. And he's getting no attention, Tyler Walker. He's got plenty of support. He's got Carl Shearer running shotgun for him out front. Matty Wise has come to a stop in the 136. So Max Holloway is doing a good job on Booker. Now Booker takes Marshall to the wall. That's let Eulenberg back into second place. But it's Tyler Walker that he needs to get, and Marshall lets Walker go past, and he hits Shearer instead. The two cars that he had there took the wrong option. Took the block car instead of the race leader. Should be white flag this time for Tyler Walker. There it is, 1 to go. On debut for the Scrappers.
Of course, Shearer taking the whack to let him through.
So still a couple of big hits going in, but here comes Tyler Walker, untouched to the line.
Yep. Nicely done. Car number 28, Blair Eulenberg coming down the back straight. That's actually a second place car at the moment.
Yeah, takes Holloway to the grass. Holloway has to ease off. Eulenberg will bring his car home in second. Dylan Marshall home in third.
Was the 81 of Holloway putting himself into the wall after the finish line?
So, just waiting on adjustments here. That might be where it does finish.
At Wholesale Tyres in Whakatane.
Need truck tyres? Wholesale Tyres. Good tyres, better prices, great people.
So just looking at the points there, Walker, Eulenberg, Marshall, Shearer and Holloway. So what have we got, 160 to 35?
160 to 35 unofficially.
So Stratford claim their first up win here at Huntly. And Craig Tonkin alongside me, very happy.
No biasness up here at all.
Just be interesting. There was a couple of things there, like Paul mentioned, the hit on the Wanganui car, not in an attacking direction in front of the referee. Stratford car hitting a Wanganui car in a non-attacking position, and then I noticed also in almost exactly the same spot a Wanganui car that had been pushed to the infield coming back on and driving into a Stratford car coming off the infield. So
there could be a little bit to watch in that one.
Yeah, there could be, yeah. So looking at the points, the runoff for 5th and 6th at the moment will be Bay Park versus Wanganui, and the runoff for 7th and 8th will be Palmerston North Panthers versus Rotorua Rebels, but we just need to wait for the official result of that one. Referee may not have seen what we've seen.
If they did see it and they did penalise it, would they penalise the driver or the team?
It can depend a lot, can't it, Paul? Sometimes they may just eliminate that one car from the results.
So say, for example, in the book one down here, Hamish Booker finished last, no points anyway, so...
It's very rarely that you would see a team excluded.
It's been a long time since we've seen an entire team excluded, and it needs to be something pretty substantial, both as an on-track incident and also fairly substantial with affecting the outcome of the race.
Yes.
So we'll head pit side again with some updates as soon as we can. So as we see it at the moment, for the semi-finals, Auckland versus the Auckland All-Stars versus the Kiki Kings in the first of the semi-finals. The second of the semi-finals will be the Gisborne Giants against the Stratford Scrappers. Then in our consolations, 7th versus 8th will be the Demon Energy Palmerston North Panthers up against the Rotorua Rebels. 5th versus 6th, Bay Park Busters against the Wanganui Warriors. Then, of course, we have the 3rd versus 4th, the two teams losing the semi-final, and that final will then take place as well. Of course, on our commentary team tonight, Stu Russell is the expert out of Palmerston Northway, and he said William Humphreys actually only has the one car. So it is only the one car that he does race.
You look shattered though. The heat coming from the car's unreal.
Yeah, it's pretty hot in there. We had to sit in there probably like half an hour before we actually got out. So, she's cooking in there. It's crazy. So, it's hard work.
Talk us through that race, Tyler. That was, in all honesty, quite an easy win for you guys.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but the boys were definitely doing their job. Pretty much what we talked about happened. So, everyone done their job and it, planned out and stoked there. So, it's good.
And a deathly silence has actually fallen over the pit. So, there's no damage to any of these cars, is there?
No, I think we've got a underwriter that snapped off and probably a couple other little things between the cars and that, so nothing too bad. We're probably going to need them against Gisborne, so they're a brutal team, so we'll see how we face.
I am a little bit biased because I like Gizzy, but we won't go there. So they're your next race, but do you have a strategy going up against them?
Nah, not yet. We'll go and have a quick talk and go over the cars, have a quick talk, and then see what's going to happen and see who sits in, sits out, whatnot, and go from there and see how we go.
Perfect, Tyler. I'll let you go and do that. Good luck for Gizzy. You're going to need it. You go hard. Awesome. Thanks.
Obviously, we see where Bianca's allegiance lies there. Right, Street Stocks. Heat number 2, all yours, Craig.
No, I was looking at it, say racing the wrong way, so it's going to put a bit of sun glare and sunstrike in the wrong places to what these guys are used to. But I've been having a chat to some of the guys down there, and as we were saying before, they do find it interesting and a little bit different going this way. But looking forward to it, looking good. We are racing. 11A straight out into the front at the moment. Let's see what happens after turn 1 when they get away from the sun and they can actually see. We've got 11A of Stephen coming around the outside, showing how it's done at the moment. The two Aussie spare cars, one from Rotorua, one from Auckland. 75A, that's the car of Todd Neal parked up down here on turn. Red lights, we've got to stop that, check on those. Actually, that's turn 4, isn't it? Not turn 1. Even I'm getting myself confused now. Made the trip up, and the great looking Holden of 51A, that's Auckland car Craig Anderson. Great looking HRT livery there. But everyone's all okay, everyone's happy. Officials getting back to where they need to be. Lights out. Revs up. We are racing. So 11A of Toretto was your race leader, but it's just been passed by 11R. Of course, Stefan Demalmunchi. How do you pronounce that one?
Steve de Malmonch.
That's it. Okay.
Yeah. Former New Zealand champion. Been around for a long time and always one of the guys to beat. So we see Gooch back up there too, you know, so again, making some good moves.
Yeah. Fantastic. Of course, the station wagon high and wide coming around the outside. Of course, the 12R of Daryl Curran. So we're 3 laps down. We're actually only 3 laps into this race, 9 to go. Cars all over the place. We've got a wheel hanging off big time on the front one here. In fact, it's just come off, I think. Car parked up down here, 72B. Darren Welling managed to get off into the infield, keep the racing going. 5 laps down, 7 to go. Toretto, Gooch, Demonchi, Waters, then Anderson. Meanwhile, the 7S of Darren Jeffrey facing the wrong way, but manages to spin himself around and get back on the track. A Corey Toretto, still our race leader. Cody Gooch, 6G. Meanwhile, big contact and tangles up down with 55A. That's Philip Mortensen. Bonnet looking very second hand down there. The TNS being the other one involved, but we're still looking at 11A as our race leader coming around turn 3 and 4. Coming to finish his 8th lap, 4 to go. Hard and fast action in the street stocks. Aussie Spears street stocks. The 51 of Craig Anderson, the 51A and the HRT Racing. Rivalry car, the Commodore coming underneath us. Great looking car with Aussie Spears. Nine down, 3 to go. Toretto, 11A, your race leader. Meanwhile, 898. Nice little spin out as he's coming out of turn 4, all on himself. R of Blake Castleton, parked up in the wall out of turn 4. Let's go over just to check on Blake, make sure he's okay. Blake Castleton heading over to Rotorua.
Yeah, not the place you really want to be sitting as the cars come off the turn there and out into the concrete wall.
Yeah. Of course, some fairly big events coming up in the next couple of weeks. Heading over your way.
Yeah, World 240s.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a biggie.
We're racing underway. With white flag out, of course, 1 lap to go. So 11A. That's the car to look for. Corey, that's your race leader. A lot of smoke coming off 51A down the back straight of Craig's car. Can he hold it? Something's rubbing nicely on that. Checkered flag. So of course 11A is your race leader, Corey Toretto. 46B. That's Brent Reddington, 2nd place, and 11R in 3rd. You're gonna have to help me out again on that one, Paul.
Steve de Malmonch.
Alrighty. I'll learn that one. Of course, 4th place, Anderson, 51A. 5th place of Gooch from 6G. And then 689 Walden in 6th. So great to see the street stocks out there tonight. Ripping it up around the wrong way.
Are you building a new commercial business or home? Or is it time that your existing premises had a repaint anywhere in the South Island? Then Anderton Decorators have you covered. From floor to ceiling, wall to roof, Anderton Decorators offer the latest techniques, equipment and technology to make even the hardest tasks seem simple. Anderton Decorators also has the expert team to take the frustration out of your next project. Call Shane today on 027 Painting. That's 027 724 6846. Anderton Decorators. We have you covered.
Yeah, I'm down here with your team there, Paul Hickey. We've got the Rotorua Rebels captain, Ellen McRobbie, mate. She was a toughie against Gizzy out there.
Yeah, it always is against those guys. You definitely need all 4 cars that go at the end to beat them. But yeah, started off well, but unfortunately 2 cars went down and she was pretty hard going by then.
Yeah, and of course you and AJ were well and truly deep into that blocking role when we lost Mig and we lost Gary Hunter. Just quickly run through what happened to Gaz there in the 93.
From what I know, I think off that red light, he couldn't get going. I think gearbox blew, so unfortunately, yeah, I think we had the lead then, and I think we had a good lead, but yeah, unfortunately, things happen. Luck wasn't on our side tonight, I guess.
Yep, that's the one. And Mig, obviously we see Mig's out of the car. Brent Stewart, the 6th driver, is going to step into the 7R machine. Just a bit of wind knocked out of him here.
Yeah, not too sure what happened there. He said he just got the wind knocked out, pulled in field to catch a few breaths, and then apparently the fire crew rushed over and under his belt, so that was him gone. Apparently the car was still able to run, but yeah, I think now he's just got a bit of a sore back from that hit. But so yeah, hopefully Brent's a proven runner, so hopefully he does it good for us tonight.
Mint. So Robbie Morris might get a run in this next one.
Yeah, Robbie will be out in this one. AJ's sitting out. His car's a bit broken. He's got no clutch, so he'll sit out this one and just go for this Robbie and give us the first try at it.
Mean. I'll let you back to the car. Looks like Dad's doing a bit of mahi on the hammer there, so I'll let you get back over there. Right. Awesome, good work. Hey, just on another note, yeah, it's been noted, an interesting call here too, guys, that a fair few cars were actually over the decibel limit. And yeah, not really too fussed about that, and there's a few managers not happy about it either because their teams are winning.
Yeah, that is an interesting one. Look, it's been the talking point, hasn't it, in the Speedway thing, especially this season. We've seen races being stopped, drivers being pulled off. We've had drivers being fined, drivers being put on trailers. We've had drivers rebelling and refusing to race if other drivers end up being stopped from racing because of noise. It's just so inconsistent across the country with the different levels that some of these drivers are being picked up on. Don't get me wrong, it is an issue. We need to get the noise down, but just I think how it's being done and look, it's been for as long as I can remember, Barry, the measuring of noise has always been an issue.
Yeah.
Like, how do you decide that? I suppose teams racing a little bit easier,
yes.
But normally how can you pick up that car there as the one that's over 95 when there's a group of cars all together?
Especially when the punishment is as great as red lighting the race,
yes,
taking them off and putting them on the trailer.
So that's happened here as well at Huntly, hasn't it? Or no?
I think that meeting here on December the 17th, 18th, whenever it was, had a number of cars pulled off, for different reasons.
Right, the noise one is a big issue, so that's obviously going to continue to be a talking point. Right, let's head down into the pits, and Wayne Hemme, our expert analysis man, is in the pits.
Well, we've got Scotty J here, 52P, very well known around the country, been in the Panthers for a long time, Scotty. Lucky to do a few races with you. I mean, obviously the Panthers their plane didn't quite go off, but mainly through mechanical issues, really, rather than driver failure. But how are you feeling?
Yeah, I think we've all got our cars back going. It was a shame that happened, but we'll go back out again and give it another good shot. Not really a result, but it is what it is. Teams racing's that hard now, so but everyone's still good, and we'll have another shot.
Well, that's good, Scotty. I think it's a part of regrouping, and I mean the Panthers got a star-studded team, and you got Jordan in the wins as well, and you got Rebecca Barr sitting, in the Mustangs. That's coming into the squad. It's really good. I'm a Panther boy, and it's really good to see the Panthers having a strong team. And all we can do is build into the New Zealand Team Champs, which is only 3 or 4 weeks away. So, how are you feeling about that?
Yeah, well, that's right. We've got to perform tonight because there is people biting at our heels and that. So everyone still wants to be there for that big one. There's nothing quite like being out there for that championship. So yeah, we've got one more race tonight, and we'll just give it our best.
Well, I kind of, as a Panther driver, it's hard to beat a wounded Panther. They'll come out, I would say, firing in the next race. And good luck for that, Scotty.
Yeah.
Cheers, Wayne. Thank you, mate.
Yeah, he hit the nail on the head there, didn't he, Wayne Hemming? And it's been a hallmark of this Panthers side for decades. And I think it's because of that talent pool that comes out of Palmerston North. It's always a strong team. They don't like losing, and they don't lose very often. So when they do, it's like the All Blacks, isn't it? You don't want to be the team. Well, or is that the wrong thing to talk about at the moment when it's the All Blacks? But coming up against a wounded Panthers side, there's probably nothing worse in Superstock teams racing.
Rarely lose 2 in a row.
Yeah.
So who they got? Rebels in the next one, Paul?
Yeah.
They could be in for a spanking.
That's going to be fun.
Based on your theory.
Yeah. All right. Hey, stock cars, heat number 2, ready to rock and roll, Craig.
All righty, here we go. Looking good. Lights are still on, but the revs are coming up. We are racing. Matthew Shaw, 45, straight off into the lead. We've got 44R of Shane Nicholson right on his tail. 3 to 4 wide through 1 and 2. But all the action up the front with the 2 45s and the 44. So we're looking at Nicholson 44R in first place, Shaw 45H second, and Baker 45A third. But a bit of cars facing sideways through turn 1 and 2. Can you get it going away again to move out of the way? Yep. Meanwhile, we've got 7H of Hamish White just caught into a stop at turn 1 on the ball. Oh, big contact coming out of turn 2. Those pesky 44s and 45s. Nicely put into the wall. Shane Nicholson, 44R parked up. Whacked into the wall. Oh, gone red. Oh, 54. Gee, parked up on turn 4. That's Nigel Hazelton. Yeah, ripped the bonnet off. I was looking at trying to see what had come off, but I missed how that came off, but it's not often you see the bonnet get ripped off, is it, Paul?
Yeah, it looks as though we missed all that completely, so somebody might have driven over the top of him and ripped that off, which, of course, then becomes a safety issue. It is one of those things. Okay, so we're seeing the replay. Hazelton took the 16 car into the concrete wall and then turned sideways. And he was going for a world record jump.
That's James
over
Marshall.
the top was Marshall,
James Marshall.
Boy, he got some air. A few retirements.
Travis Keenan, 74H, just parked up on the start finish straight on the infield, but we're going green. Rev's coming up. We are racing. So back into it. We've only done 3 laps, still got 7 to go. So 45H of Shaw as your race leader currently. So just coming down through turn 1 and 2 now, the black car there, 45. That's your race leader. Meanwhile, 97H of Casey Cheatham just moving on into the infield. She's there. So 5 laps down, 5 to go. Just looking up, we've got a car number 8. It's not appearing on my screen. So it looks like number 8 might actually be the race leader, but the 45 of Shaw has just come on the inside anyway and made the pass. So 18 falls back into second place. Meanwhile, moving back down the field again, you've got 45A flying through turn 3 and 4. Pressure from William White on 45A, but 45H is still your race leader, Shaw. 94R of Murray, second place, and 57H of Vincent in your third. Justin Vincent, car number 57, putting the pressure on the 94 of Samuel Murray. White flag out, 1 to go. Coming round out of turn 4. So as we say, number 8 is actually the race leader, the race winner. But number 8 is not actually appearing on my list. So second place will be 45H of Shaw, third will be the 94R of Murray, and fourth will be the 57H of Vincent, with Josh Humble and 4H coming in fifth. So that's how the results look for the stock cars in tonight's race. So another great example of that. But now the sun's setting and starting to move off the track a bit, so we can. It's not going to be as much of an effect on the drivers.
Yeah, looks to obviously be a bit of confusion there, wasn't there, over the race winner there, Larry Henderson. He's leaving the circuit, and here comes the 45. So it was.
Oh, it was? Okay.
Yep. So it was the Shaw who took the win.
Hi, welcome to X Factor Cars, Southland's multi-award-winning pre-owned dealership. Stockists of classic collectibles, V8s, family vehicles, trade vehicles, and everything in between. Thinking American or Aussie muscle, family vehicle or custom? Think X Factor Cars.
We've got two of the lovely ladies that race stock cars, and this one here races super stocks and stock cars. Both awesome girls for our sport, and they're here watching and supporting their men. And anyway, Britt, how are you going? I hear it's your birthday today.
It is, yeah, it's my birthday, 24.
Happy birthday, Britt. She's obviously here supporting the G and her man Ethan. Been sitting with her up in the stands. It was awesome. We've also got Bexy here. Bexy, I haven't been to a meeting this year, but I did hear that you're doing really well in the Mustangs, and you obviously deserved, I thought, to be here. It's a shame the Mustangs aren't here tonight.
Yeah, it's a shame the Mustangs aren't here tonight, and yeah, it was a shame not to get a chance for the Panthers, but yeah, up the Mustangs. I'm really looking forward to team champs. So the Mustangs have built up good, so yeah, I'm really looking forward to team champs.
Yeah, well, that's. I mean, it's always good to. It's always good, Bex, to come through the Mustangs, but you always want the opportunity to come into the Panthers. I mean, you raced here, I believe, last year in the Panthers, correct? Yep. And I mean, I just think the chances come in, and it'd be really good to see you down at in the team champs at Palms of the North one day in black. So I think the whole country looks forward to that.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get there one day, but for now I'll just lead the men on 2 Mustangs and see how we go, and hopefully have a good run this year, and really look forward to it.
Oh, that's awesome. So anyway, who are you backing for the win tonight, Bexy?
Oh, I'll probably have to go for the G now. Brittany's looking at me funny, so yeah, I'm going to have to go for the G, The Panthers are out, so yeah, go the G.
Oh, that's good. And how about you? How are you feeling with the race against the Scrappers?
Pretty good. I hope it's nice and clean, so we'll see how it goes. But Ethan will do well, and I'm proud of him already, so we'll see how it goes.
Well, that's awesome. So we'll sign off on that. Have a good night, girls, and we'll catch up with you.
Yeah, look, it's one of these things, isn't it? And it's the advancement of Speedway with the youth mini stock side of things, where we're seeing a lot more females into the sport. Though there's always been a smattering of females in the Speedway classes across the country, but since the introduction of the youth mini stocks, we're seeing so many of those young girls who start their racing at 12 through to 16 and advancing into the adult classes, and it's across the board too, in lots of classes, including the stock cars and the super stocks, which is really cool to see. And yeah, Rebecca Barr in the teams racing here last year, as mentioned there, with the Panthers, but she's become an integral part of that Mustang side, who sadly not here, but they've probably had more teams races this year than anybody else. One at home to Wanganui. They went up to Stratford and had 2 races in a night with Stratford. So yeah, great to see the advancement of the female drivers in Speedway. Right, modifieds are back on, all yours.
Looking into this. Ready for those engines to scream those open wheelers just to let rip. But of course, up on the front, we've got the 11A of Jamie Fox sitting nice and proud on pole position. But we've got 12S of Jason Kalin right on the outside, right next to him. And then you've got 1NZ on the second row on the outside. 36H of Brad Quigley, local boy, on the inside of the second row. And you've got 2NZ right behind him, Lee McPhee. And then, of course, the mighty Sid Ferguson, 193 on the outside. So, as we were saying before, there's such a high calibre of modifieds racing here tonight. It really can be anyone's game. Moving back down, we've got the 46H of Ryan Turner sitting on the back grid, and of course the 63A of Daniel Crum, the graphic equaliser car, as my son Blake calls it. He just sees that and thinks of the old school equalisers. So great to see, but looking nice and good on this one. We could be looking good for the. No, we've still got Red still down on the track, so not happy with something. 8 cars lining up, ready to race. Yep, thumbs up. Thumbs up by Red. And of course, great to see the some of the old school bodies sitting on these cars. But, Red's happy, he's coming off the track. Lights are still on, but looking good. I think we're going to be going racing this time. In the hands of the starter. Boys, play nice. Got up. Looking good. We are racing! 12S of Kalin straight into the lead, but 1NZ coming around the outside and cutting off Jamie Fox to take the pass. Great move there by Luke Brown. So far it's all in the hands of Kalin. Kalin, then Brown, then of course Jamie Fox just taking the pass on Ferguson, who wasn't third. Looking like number 11, Jamie Fox, not been picked up on the computers here, so he's running third place. So we're looking at Kalin, then Brown, then Fox, then Ferguson, and then Quigley, McPhee, Crump and Turner. Speed plenty as Ferguson runs wide through turn 1 and 2. Doing everything he can to make grounds on Jamie Fox, but so far it's the 12S of Kalin. Jason Kalin, loud and proud on the front. 1NZ of Luke Brown in second place. Third place, the 11 of Jamie Fox. Fourth place, Sid Ferguson, 193. Of course, fifth place of Quigley, Greg Quigley, the 36H. 5 laps down, 5 to go. Running on rails for the 2 cars up the front. Jason Kalin loving that wide line, going out wide on the corners. But does that give Luke a chance to duck up on the inside and make space? Luke's quite comfortable running the timeline. He's making gains on Jason. There could be an attempt here. This time past the start finish line is going to be 8 down, 2 to go. Luke Brown's trying everything he can, but Jason Kalin's making that car as wide as possible through those corners. He's doing everything he can to hold him off. Kalin, then Brown, then Fox. Coming back to Sid Ferguson to 193. The daylight between third and fourth. White flag, 1 to go. Now's the time that Luke Brown's going to have to do it. Jason Kalin's making that thing as hard as possible to pass. Checkered flag from Go to Woe, 12S of Jason Kalin. 1NZ of Luke Brown, second place. Third place, 11A of Jamie Fox. Then back to fourth place, Sid Ferguson, 193. And McPhee and 2NZ in fifth. Quigley in sixth. Crump, then Turner. Man, what a race, but great to see Jason Kalin going the whole way through there from Go to Woe. Fantastic race.
Yeah, and always good when you can hold out the 1NZ and soak up all that pressure. Of course, 2-time New Zealand champion. Luke Brown in the 1NZ winner at Woodford Glen last season. So again, we talked about the 1, 2, 3s. They can all hold on to those for an extra year.
Exactly.
Not quite sure whether Blair McPhee in the 2. You know, he's already had that back-to-back. I'm sure he's itching for the 1. But Jason Kaling, good drive.
Nice drive, yep. Jason's come up a few times from down the line to race here.
Another one who's been around in the speedway scene for a long time.
Big round of applause as he comes round. South Taranaki Panel and Paint. 12S of Jason Kaling.
Jordan Rogers, a call for Jordan Rogers to the fan van, please. Urgent call, Jordan Rogers to the fan van. Right, so Cody McKee needed to give a little push start there for Wootton. Again, we talked about this earlier, Barry. If there's an issue there for the start, he wouldn't want to stall that car now. If there's an issue with the starter.
No, certainly wouldn't. I can only assume there's a problem with Cody McKee's car because standing him down, quite a shock to me.
Yeah, you're right there, Barry. So row 3, it is 33. Robbie Maybe, outside him, the 1NZ of Asher Rees. So the back row will be Gavin Tunifar in 75 and Gary Lonergan in 95. So sitting this one out, 71 and 72. Shane Malsock for the Kings, Cody McKee for the All-Stars. It is semi-final time here at the Pollock Cranes Superstock Teams Invitation. Still the orange lights are on. We were building up for a start. Here we go this time. Let's drop the green flag and we're away. And so Randall Tarrant gets taken onto the grass nice and early. And Asher Rees comes through from row 3 and to the lead straight off the bat. And Tyson Wootton gets taken to the wall. So we got Gav Tunifar in block mode for the Kings. It'll be his teammates. Asher Rees who'll hit around the outside, so straight away it'll be Robbie Maybe having to put up with the blocking of Gav Tunifar. Maybe little half spin himself in the 33. Gary Lonergan will run up into 3rd place. Matt Nielsen's putting the blocks on 717. They both hit into the grass. So Tunifar doing a great job slowing down Robbie Maybe. As Gary Lonergan just comes into attack mode straight around the outside of Tunifar. Now Tunifar ends up spinning Robbie Maybe around. Meantime, Asher Rees just motoring away at the moment. But Randall Tarrant chasing hard on Asher Rees. Asher Rees slowed right down. Now, is there an issue for the 1? Because it looked like he was heading to the infield.
Yeah.
So we got Gav Tunifar, Tyson Wootton on the grass as well. So Gary Lonergan has gone to the lead. The 95 is now your race leader. And he's being blocked here by Tunifar. Big shot, Robbie Maybe on Tyson Wootton. Big shot from Rees on Wootton. Lonergan gets spun around. So it's Asher Rees back to the lead again in the 1NZs. A lot of off-track stuff going on in this one. But Asher Rees, 1NZ, is your race leader.
Tarrant down here in turn 1 and 66, just waiting on pause.
And now Tyson Wootton. Has he got any answer? No, he hasn't. And a big shot on him from Matt Nielsen. So the 717
Tyson Wootton
comes to a stop. Gav Tunifar gets attacked again by Robbie Maybe. And offline, here we go. Here's Rees on Tarrant. In comes Mitch Vickery, and Rees puts the spin on Vickery, which also spins Randall Tarrant. Big shot between Lonergan and Matt Nielsen on the pit straights. So it's still, now we've got Mitch Vickery to the lead, do we? No, Rees has taken it back. Vickery was in the lead momentarily, but Asher Rees, now your race leader. So 1 and 3. A straight between them. They are running 1st and 2nd for the Kings. So well and truly in control at the moment. Lonergan is in 3rd. So it's up to Tarrant to try and stop it here. But look at that great smart driving from Matt Nielsen.
Smart driving there to block that.
He just came in and took Tarrant out of the game.
Well, Tunifar tangled up with Maybe. Big contact there to Tunifar. from
But potentially one less car that he has to deal with. But Asher Rees has come to a stop. So the 1NZ has stopped on the grass. Mitch Vickery will get the white flag this time around. Here we go. So it's going to be Vickery. Oh, we got one over. We got one on his roof and the lights are still green. We are still racing now.
We're going red.
So I think that's Robbie Maybe on his roof. Is it? No, Tyson Wooden.
717 is Tyson
Wooden. So Asher Rees has stopped. We've got the white flag out for Mitch Vickery. Kiki Kings, can they make their third consecutive final? Mitch Vickery just over half a lap from putting them there. And this could change. We talked about it earlier on, so we just see the replay here. Wooden tries taking Matt Nielsen to the wall, and then again just that momentum as he kind of half spun, tipped him over. Look, we talked about it before. Traditionally, this Kiki King side, so much depends on the 1NZ of Asher Rees. Traditionally, if he doesn't finish a race, the Kings don't win.
Yeah, exactly.
But if he does finish, they do win. Potentially this could change that here. He's sitting down on the infield in turn 4. Mitch Vickery less than a lap away from victory for the Kings. So second place again, Gary Lonergan for Auckland. So Auckland are running in second place, but 3/4 of a lap behind. Couple of potential block cars in front of Lonergan. He's going to have to deal with Matt Nielsen, who's been very, very smart. Gav Tunifaz has been on fire. Here we go, green lights. Randall Tarrant, 66, on the number 3. Lonergan gets past Tunifar.
Nice pass, Tunifar.
Look, Vickery here, he's going to keep the pedal down because Tarrant won't know that he's got the white flag. But there it is, checkered flag. And the 66 is going to come to a stop as well. He's got some issues. Lonergan will come home in second place. But second doesn't count. It's again all about winning. And here at Huntly, at the Pollock Cranes Superstock Teams Invitation, the Kiki Kings know how to do just that. And there goes that statistic with Asher Rees and the Kings not winning. But Mitch Vickery takes the win in the 3NZ for the Kiki Kings. Gary Lonergan home in second. Asher Rees, no, he'll drop out as a DNF. Randall Tarrant would have actually ended up in third place. And Matt Nielsen in fourth. Again, laps and laps down. So as we see Mitch Vickery pull alongside the 1NZ, picks up Asher Rees, and they'll head off.
Just goes to show
their victory lap.
Anything can happen in the Huntly International Speedway.
So there's a lot of finger pointing going on from the Auckland side. So not quite sure what that may be implying. But the Kiki Kings have had the biggest, well, some of the biggest cheers all night.
Yep, big round of applause as they come round.
The 3NZ of Mitch Vickery with Asher Rees on the back. 147, Matt Nielsen. 75 of Gav Tunifar, the team managed by Ewan Means. And they make their third final in a row. And they'll be looking to reverse what happened last year.
Of course, up next we've got the Waikato Raiders versus the Rotorua Rascals for the second race of the All Memorial. But big round of applause again as they come through.
Vince here from Roadrunner Power and Paint, and I just want to do a shout out to the guys at Sign Solutions.
Hi, Scott here from Expat Cars. If you need signage done in Invercargill, get in touch with Sign Solutions.
Kelly here from First Base Recruitment. Want to do a plug or a shout out to Sign Solutions. They've done fantastic work. Communication is great. Highly recommend them. So Sign Solutions, head on down and see them today.
Yeah, they certainly will, because, 2-0 down for Waikato, heading across to Rotorua's home track. Going to be a tough one, Craig. So, yeah, that's it. They'll be wanting to really force the issue here.
Most definitely. We're definitely wanting to win it tonight on this race.
All right, let's take a look at how they are lining up for this one. And it's, as we say, the Rotorua Rascals winning the toss and choosing the outside once again. So it is the 361 of Clinton Cheatham who lines up on pole. 915, Hadley Dixon on the outside of the front row. On to row 2. We've got the 287s who both sat out the opening race, remember. So we've got Nevin Shrub for Waikato on the outside and Chris Shingleton in 87 for the Rascals on the inside of row 2. On to row 3. We've got Brett Aiken for Waikato and Mike Herbert for the Rascals. And on the back, race winner Sam Pearson in 19 and the 24 of Brad Philpotts. Here we go, race fans. The Ross Orr Memorial. The season battle continues. Best of 4. The Rascals 1-0 up. And let's go. So this time, it's Cheatham who goes hard on the brakes. Yep. Hasn't quite worked. He's only left Shingleton there because Sam Pearson, quick decision off the back, hit reverse, and then ended up being able to get away from those other 3. So in the early stages, it is Mike Herbert who's the race leader. Smoke again from Heat 1 winner, Sam Pearson, as Hadley Dixon gets a big shot there and punched into the concrete wall by the 24 car of Philpott. And 87 came in with a big hit on Mike Herbert down in turn 1 and turn 3 and 4. Herbert is, of course, the race leader. Hadley Dixon in 915 has not moved again.
Looks like he's put himself out. He's definitely not moving. Meanwhile, down here in front of us, we've got a three-way battle.
Yeah, Chris Shingleton doing a good job in the 87 Rotorua car, holding up the race leaders. But here we go. Now, this is dangerous. Herbert's got to look around the outside and comes out in the 24, but then Shingleton drives into him full noise.
Big contact through there, but 915 still... Red light, yeah. 915 still facing the wrong way down on turn 1. Can't have him sitting down there facing the wrong way, especially.
He did go in very, very hard.
Yeah. Yeah, there, jump in, make sure he's okay. Move your car out of the way. We're only 3 laps down, we've got 9 to go. It's only just starting.
So just an update from the pits. It was a fuel line issue for Asher Rees in the 1NZ. The fuel line came off. So again, you're not going to go very fast without your fuel coming through. Right.
We're back into it, we're racing. Straight into action down on turn 4.
So Herbert makes his way through past another couple of those Waikato cars. Now Shingleton needs to stick with him here and act as a bit of a wingman. So it's still 52-19, and now running in 3rd place is still the 87 of Nevin Shrub. So he's still chasing hard and still in run mode. Oh, Sam Pearson just got turned around momentarily.
Yeah, they ran up the back of Philpott and spun himself around.
Oh, now Shingleton's gone up the inside and has left the leader open for attack. So Pearson puts one in the concrete wall. So we've got, if you look at them on the track at the moment, 19 down the main straight, 19:87.52. That is 2:31.
Yep.
2:31 on the track. So Mike Herbert almost a lap ahead. The 24 car, he pulls across in front of Sam Pearson. Pearson at pace, and he slowed right down to try and rectify there. See, again, we talked about the leaving the track and re-entering where you got taken off. So the 24, he's desperate out here, isn't he?
He's got steering damage, but he's doing all he can just to block.
So, of course, we've got to remind you, you can't drive the opposite way up the track.
Oh.
Yeah. So what he did there, that was legal.
Yep.
He was reversing, but the momentum of the car was heading in the correct direction.
Okay.
So 9 laps gone, and Has Nevin Shrub gone to the lead? Nevin Shrub, the 87H, has gone to the lead for the Waikato Raiders in amongst all of the chaos and mayhem.
How did that
Shrub
happen?
to the lead. So 87 down into turn 1 and 2 is your new race leader. He's going to get the white flag next time around. None of the rascals are in block mode now. Herbert's desperate to try and chase him. Shingleton in the 87R car needs to slow. Here it is. There's the white flag for Nevin Shrub. It could be one apiece heading to Rotorua in 2 weeks. Sam Pearson gets taken to the concrete wall. Shrub is going to come down, takes the low line. Clean race to the finish. Nevin Shrub will take the checkered flag.
Take it. Look at that, 1 for 1. That's just made it a lot more interesting in 2 weeks' time.
So the Rotorua Rascals, just in amongst all that confusion, I reckon it was with Brad Philpott down here.
Yep.
There was a lot of cars just stopping and a couple of big hits going in. But Philpott, he did the job, and he's punching the air as well. He is happy. So it will be one apiece. And Nevin Shrub in the 87. Look at the Rascals think they've won. I think they're really confused.
Yep.
But Nevin Shrub in the 87 H will take the win.
Look at Philpott on the back of Chetham's car. He knows they've won. He's happy as. Look at that.
So again, like that first race, there were some big hits going in there.
Yeah.
Plenty of intent. And the Waikato Raiders, even the score, it is now one apiece in the best of 4 series for the Ross Orr Memorial. So, Huntly Speedway, put your hands together for this Waikato Raiders side. Great response to an earlier loss and staring down the barrel of a second defeat. They snatch victory. Give them a big round of applause here tonight for the Ross Orr Memorial. It is the Pollock Cranes Superstock Teams Invitation. We see the Gisborne Giants all lined up, ready for their semi-final clash in a moment.
It's going to be great. Looking forward to that.
Okay, let's welcome the Gisborne Giants onto the track, led out by Ethan Rees in the 127. And here come the Stratford Scrappers. Of course, our 2 sides tonight couldn't be here without the support of their sponsors, the Gisborne Giants. They've all got big, long lists, but just picking out a couple there. Steve McCafferty, Metal Cartage. Again, there's a name that's been around stock car racing for a long time. Way back into the, definitely the 80s. Would have been early 80s, first time I met Steve. And Hessels, behind the Giants once again. And with the Stratford Scrappers, Pertec and Seals, Winslow, a couple of their big sponsors. So here we go. Barry, how are you feeling down there on the infield for this one? Giants would have to start as favourites, but boy, you don't want to count the Scrappers out. They look pretty good in that opening heat.
They did, and they're only going to go on from there, you would imagine. 2 team managers just running out, having a nice friendly chat. It's one of those sports where they go out there and absolutely beat the crap out of each other, basically, don't they? And it's all handshakes and friends afterwards. So love to see it. You don't always see it in other ball sports and the like, but it's all fought out on the racetrack here. And I think Stratford are going to throw everything at this one.
Yep, they are going to need to against a Gisborne Giants team that are pretty well oiled. And it is the 84 of Hayden Barker, who will sit on pole for the Scrappers. Ethan Rees lines up outside him in 127. Then we go to Tim Ross, sat the opening race out. He's there on grid 3.
Peter Rees sitting the semi-final out.
Yep. I suppose maybe with an eye on the final. But again, these teams are so good. You know, you lose a Peter Rees, but you bring in a Tim Ross. Obviously, Rees vastly more experienced, but Tim Ross not to be sneezed at as a teams racer at all. And no mucking around. We are lined up here.
down, boys. Sit down.
So it's Eulenberg and Hamilton on row 3, Prentice and Booker on the back row. Here we go, semi-final 2, let's go racing. And both sides, both rows do head away. Haven't seen a lot of that at the opening races tonight. Ethan Rees is your race leader. Carl Shearer is chasing hard. So we've got Josh Prentice straight away into block mode. And the number 5, he'll get himself nicely lined up around turn 1 and 2. Will force Shearer to have to go around the outside. And Prentice just looks to drive him to the wall. He's going to put the blocks on him. Oh, problems have we got there for Jamie Hamilton. So here we go, the race leader is coming up around in front of 2 block cars now. Carl Shearer spins the number 5 car.
Meanwhile, Ethan Rees makes it past the one of the blockers, coming up around the second one.
Yeah, but see, now he's in a sandwich here.
Yeah.
And this could be trouble for him. So we're looking for Shearer, who's been blocked himself now. Josh Prentice hasn't refired in the number 5. So the Giants are down to 2. So Tim Ross has now moved into second place in the 144. So trying to pick out the numbers here. It's a little bit tough, maybe Carl. So Tim Ross is now your race leader. So Tim Ross is race leader down the main straight. Second place is now Blair Eulenberg. So we've had a change in the front 2. Josh Prentice has just refired. So it's 144.28 are our race leaders. And Ross just roars right around the outside. As his 2 blockers now doing a good job there. So Prentice gets taken to the wall.
Eulenberg coming up now to lend support and help.
Well, Eulenberg needs to run hard and fast.
Nicely done. Look at that, and take it straight into there.
So Tim Ross straight around the blocker. So 144 clicks off another lap. That is 7 gone now. And he's got about a half lap lead over Blair Eulenberg. Again, just straight around the outside of Hayden Barker. Barker takes a big shot from Hamilton. So Tim Ross, 144 for Gisborne, is your race leader. He comes up behind all of this mess. Oh no, sorry, that's Ethan Rees there, and he flies around the outside. Tim Ross down the pit straight now. That's 9 gone for the 144, and he continues to build his lead. Ethan Rees now is back into second spot for Gisborne. So Gisborne running 1 and 2. Blair Eulenberg's dropped back to 3rd. So Stratford just with too many cars running at pace now. Carl Shearer's car not sounding all that flash, is it? Running in 4th place.
Doing all he can to run to the blocker. Meanwhile, Ross just gets right past, right through. He's looking at the white flag. Checking flag round this time.
Yeah, he's done it easy as Tim Ross.
Yeah. Nicely done for Tim Ross. 144.
Yeah, Stratford maybe just a couple of laps late in realising the situation they were in.
I think you're right.
We saw a couple of them slowed their pace and tried to do some blocking on the last lap, but yeah, just a couple of laps too late. Yeah, 82, Hamish Booker trying to put a block on Tim Ross. Ross has already come through the checkered flag and then planted the 82 in the concrete wall, which is a bit of a no-no. You're not supposed to hit cars after the flag. Although the 82 was trying to block him, but in theory Tim Ross should have just pulled out of it instead of keeping his foot hard in it and pushing him to the wall. But again, it's, you know, compared with what's happened on the racetrack, it was pretty deserved win to the Gisborne Giants, who had the race in control. And give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Tim Ross in the 144 with the checkered flag. Alongside him, Ethan Rees, Josh Prentice and Jamie Hamilton. And of course the 10P and Peter Rees, who sat that one out. So Josh Prentice sat down there on the infield for a little while. So when he got his car refired, I think that helped change.
That changed things
and took Stratford right out of it. So again, some big hits going in there, but no need for any red lights in amongst it. No. So the Giants, the defending champions,
taking that one easily,
and they will head to the final, and it will be a repeat of last year's final. The Kiki Kings,
nice.
The AP Group Kings up against the Gisborne Giants. They seem to just have it sorted here, don't they? Both those two teams at the moment.
Yep.
Hi, Malcolm Nardo from Suck It Up. We specialise in hydro excavation in the Canterbury region, safe big methods around services. Also we do septic tank cleaning, drain cleaning, CCTV over your pipes. If you want an excellent service, please check us out on Facebook.
Suck It Up Limited, 740 Marston Road, Christchurch. Call them 24 hours a day on 027 588 8809.
In the pits here, guys, with Brad Philpott. Always controversy when we talk to Brad. Talk us what's going on in your second race, Brad, if you can.
Yeah, so in that second race I got the front end blown out of my car and I lost all the steering whatsoever. So I resorted back to the inner mongrel in me, I guess you could say, and yeah, hooked reverse and sat against the wall and waited for the lead car to come past. So yeah, a bit of a fluke getting him, but got him. So yeah, it helped change the result, so you can't argue with that. And yeah, bit of damage, but we should be all right. So hopefully we'll get there. The boys sustained a bit of damage tonight, but we got Palmy next week, so we'll regroup this week, fix a bit of damage, and hopefully we'll be back out for the Palmy invasion next week, I think it is.
Awesome. Now, Brad, just before we cut back to Stu, I understand you want to give it a little bit of a shout out.
Yeah, I just want to make a shout out to the Bateman Motorsport team in Aussie, plus everyone else over there, Bear, Josh Herb and everyone else, and Young Jai. Thank you for watching and stay safe. Thank you, everyone.
Awesome. Thanks, Brad. So, Stu, straight on to you, mate.
Yeah, hopefully we've got a bit of time. Asher Rees, mate, you're a workhorse tonight. How's the 1NZ car been going for you? I see a bent bumper after the first one, which you still managed to win.
Yeah, no, it's been going good. We had a couple issues in that one, but yeah, tweaked the bumper straight again and everyone's happy to go.
Sweet. Not only have you been doing the mahi on your car, I've seen you out there on a few 3-minute belts for all the other teams, working on a few Rees race cars.
Yeah, that's it. It's a customer base. It's not just us here tonight, it's everyone else, so we've got to make sure they're going good.
Right, I quickly asked Ewan what's going on for 3NZ car. He said they're just checking the tyre pressures through the diff. It's a new technology the Kings have got. But come on, tell us what's really going on.
Nah, he just broke a lift arm bolt. Nothing serious. He's just getting it out and putting a new one in. So just a bit of a rigmarole to get in there.
Right, it's a repeat of last year's final. You're facing the old boy and the little bro. Looking forward to it once again, I suppose.
Yeah, I didn't do last year. I was out with a broken back. But yeah, definitely looking forward to it.
Beauty. Back to you boys at the box and all the best, Asher.
Yeah, cheers. Hey, that's the spirit of the sport too, isn't it? When you hear Asher Rees talking about that, that customer base with the Rees race cars, and so many of them out there amongst all of the teams here tonight at the Pollock Cranes Superstock Teams Invasion. Again, welcome along, race fans, as we see Cody Gooch pull in there, and of course that was great to hear that shout out from the Giants team earlier on for Brendan, and wishing him well with his recovery after that major incident down in Miami, and the Speedway community as a whole thinking of you. Right, let's go racing.
Awesome. So we've got street stocks lining up, looking good to go. Lights still on, but all the gates are shut, all the officials heading into where they need to be. Okay, bringing the rev down. While there's a lull in the racing, if you've got a Toyota Corolla and your number plate is SUZ LCR, you might want to go and check your car. I think you may have left the lights on or something, but Toyota Corolla SUZ LCR. You think that'd be Sue's lunch here, but it's on the Corolla. Go and check your car. Oh, look at that. We've got one more.
He's lucky to be let out the gate, isn't he?
Jeebus.
You know what?
Oh, we're kind out here. We'll let him in.
Yeah, we'll let him out. Out, in?
Out. No, let him in.
In.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Into the outfield.
Into the battle arena.
Yes. Alrighty. Okay, this time gates are shut. Bushes on the inside in the hands of the starters. We can see them. We are racing. Actually straight into a 3 wide gun into turn 1 and 2. Bit of contact out on 75A, almost put him into the wall, but all was good in love and war. 3 wide coming into turn 4. But we're looking at Gooch, 6G as your race leader, Wellington 72B in second place, Anderson 51A in third. That great looking HRT holding over there in third place. But action at plenty, the 689 of Walden parked over there. Still looking at Gooch, 2 laps down, 10 to go. Gooch in lead in 6G. Meanwhile, we've got a bit of action down on turn 3 and 4, cars spinning around all over the place. One of them's parked up. Oh, he's got it fired again. So he can turn around and get out of the line of traffic. Nice, safely out of the way. 838. Stedman. A little bit of issues there. The 12A. Great stopping there by Stedman. Fantastic brakes, but the 12A just going for a bit of a spin, bit of a wild ride there in the wagon. But we're still looking Welling in front, 72B. 5 laps down, 7 to go. Bit of tyre smoke rubbing on the 9B of McNamara. Nothing that's going to stop him there though. Actually plenty coming into turn 3 and 4. Nice pit manoeuvre into 72. Of course, Welling dropping down the line a bit after the spin. 7 laps down, 5 to go. Cooch, then Anderson. Those are your top 2 cars. .848, she's on onto the infield. She's there for Bracken. .51 coming up on the inside, making multiple passes. Can he make it stick? He's trying everything he can to hold that. Successfully. Oh, and another spin out, contact into turn 4. Cars spin out all over the place. More spins in a ballroom dance out here. 3 laps to go. 51A Anderson is your race leader. Coming out here into turn 1. A little bit of difficulty coming down the back straight. White flag out. Race leader is now 11R. Bit of smoke coming from the car over there on turn 2, but all's okay. White flag out. Coming around to take the checkered flag. Just like that, checkered flag to 11R.
Steve de Malmonte.
Steve, thank you. That's going to be the The death of me that name. I'll have to learn that one. But yeah, so first place to Steve DeMelminch.
Oh, lights are red. Oh, we got one on the roof.
Oh, okay. Hell, okay. Completely missed that one, running through the results. We'll just go and check on that. But so say 11R Steve DeMelminch is your first place, 72B of Welling in second. While they go and have a look at this car, it looks like 12.
7, I think it's 7S.
Yep, and the 12A I think is parked up with some water coming out of the radiator, so I wonder if he was involved.
Possibly. Daniel Curran over there, the 12R car coming off turn 4.
Yep, and of course if it's 7S, that's of course Darren Jeffrey parked upside down.
So the win goes to the former New Zealand champion Steve DeMelminch in the 11R car. Darren Melling coming home there in second, but more water coming onto the track. Now you called out car registration just before that race.
Yes. Toyota Corolla. Yep.
It is blocking disabled parking exits.
Oh right. Okay.
So important that car goes and moves again. So
yep. So I'll go through that again. A Toyota Corolla, number plate SUZ LCR. So I'm guessing it's Sue's Lancer, but it's on a Toyota Corolla. SUZ LCR. But yeah, if you can move your car, please. You're blocking disabled car parks. Otherwise, we could find a tractor that could move it.
Oh, we've got plenty of those, but they're quite busy.
They're quite busy at the moment.
They're quite busy tonight when it comes to the teams racing.
Yeah.
Oh, great night here at the Pollock Cranes Superstock Teams Invitation. The thing I'm kind of, when I was doing some of my prep during the week and typing up the sheets and looking through stats and history, I started wondering, is this the 2021 or the 2022 Pollock Cranes Teams Invitation? Because it should have actually happened in November. Which was 2021. Right, we'll come to you in a minute. Oh, we've seen some great replays of the roll over there. Before we come to you, Barry, we're going to head down into the pits and catch up with Wayne Hemme.
Well, I've got Pete Rees here with me tonight. Pete, another final. You were in the final last year against the K, and just a hard race tonight. The track's got a bit of grip in it. How you feeling?
Track is real good. Thanks, good old Red. Yeah, it's going to be a bit harder this year. That K teams are strong. You know, they're strong for the final. We're strong for the final, so it's going to be a bit harder this year.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are very strong, Pete. You know, you obviously got a lot of your chassis in there as well, and they're certainly going fast. You know, like this is my first team race meet for the season, and I'm pretty impressed with your cars. They sound bloody great, and it's going to be brutal, I'd say. And I mean, at the end of the day, you've got Asher in that team as well, so it's kind of like a bit of a challenge. How do you feel about that?
Oh, we don't mind that. I mean, he'll come to work on Monday, and either way it goes, he'll have some banter. But yeah, we have got a lot of my cars in there, and I don't actually need you to be a bit of a salesman for us because we're too busy. But I'm really proud of the cars this year, and the team obviously. So you know, let's cross fingers we can go that back to back and bring it back home. Well,
that's good. I mean, I was lucky to be a part of your team last year, Pete, and but you got a star-studded team here, and I mean it's looking good. Obviously, a really good warm-up for the big team champs, the one that really you're chasing for, and the one that you want under the G.
Yeah, that would be nice. But this show is fast becoming the second show. We call Palmer the first show. Auckland has been the second show, but this is a good show. This, the knockout rounds, 8 teams, invite only. It's kind of special. So us getting an invite here has been cool. We'll keep coming back as long as we can, as long as we get invited. So I need to thank Red for that.
Yeah, I mean, not too much damage on the cars. I mean, they're really good to go. And I see old Jamie Hamilton. I mean, he's generally a pretty fast car getting around the tracks, but he's obviously got punches and fallen into that block roll both races. But hopefully he can keep his wheels on, and you guys can get the job done tonight.
Yeah, I was just talking to Jamie, and he's actually enjoying it because he hasn't done a lot of blocking. So it's been good for him. It's hard with a flat tyre, but he's been doing all right, doing real good.
Yeah, well, hey, so the team's gelled together, and all I can say, Pete, is good luck, and hopefully you can go back to back and come out victory.
Yeah, thanks, Wayne.
Cheers.
There you go, Wayne Hemme chatting to Pete Rees. Of course, they spent many years racing together in the Panthers, picking up numerous titles over the years. And funny little bit there with Pete Rees saying, "Don't need you to be a salesman for us," because he's very busy. I was chatting about this stat earlier on tonight as well. But Wayne Hemme, not going into a Rees chassis, he's got a brand new car as well, which he's yet to debut.
Yes, QTR, same as the 9G of Jamie Hamilton. Leach Motorsport, I think the QTR stands for Quick Trick Racing. We've seen one up this way, Scott Tennant, running as a stock car. And Jamie Hamilton's been running them, and I think Wayne actually bought Jamie's last year's car.
He did. And so Jamie Hemme, Wayne's son, I think he did race a couple of meetings in it towards the end of last season.
I think he may have done, yes.
Yeah, so he's in that car, Jamie Hamilton's old car. So Wayne's brand new. As he said, this is his first race meeting
that he's actually attended. Yeah,
because he's been stuck in Auckland along with a third of the country. Barry. And so he's got a brand new car to debut tonight this season as well. And just the work that goes into these cars, they're just so immaculate looking now, aren't they? As we just see some replays of the street stock rollover for those watching on the pits. Media pretty impressive. The Gooch car on the 7 as the two of them just kind of got tangled. Right, there's still so many new cars to debut. We talked about the Jordan Deere one with the brand new Linton, which is still to come as well. Okay, so you were downstairs. Did you catch up with the referees and the crew?
Yes, I had to wait until he had finished.
Oh, so he'd been talking to people?
144G, Tim Ross, gone, excluded.
So that would have been for the hit after the flag?
After the flag.
I thought that was a big one.
So Ethan Rees was second.
Hi, I'm Brittany Carpenter, driver of 85GM, based out of Greymouth. I use wholesale tyres, coloured chrome rims on my car. If you're looking for something unique and different on your car, contact Wholesale Tyres to get these coloured rims. Or get a hold of them on Facebook at Wholesale Tyres, or go onto their website, which is www.wholesaletyres.net.nz. See you trackside.
Need coloured chrome rims? Wholesale Tyres. Good rims, better prices, great people.
Right, we've got the dummy grid set while the modifieds are getting out there. It's the race of 7th and 8th. It's the Rotorua Rebels taking on the Demon Energy Palmerston North Panthers. The Panthers have won the coin toss. They are off pole position. I'll quickly jump in here with Axe and Scotty Myers. 2-for-1 special right here. Here we go, lads. Right, it's not the race you guys want to be involved in, the 7th and 8th, but nonetheless, I suppose it's get out there and get a bit of redemption and get a win under your belt, right?
Yeah, absolutely, mate. You know, the boys are up for another lash, and it's a hard old sport and pretty unforgiving, and you need a bit of luck. We didn't have that in the first one, but we'll see what happens here.
You guys were down a couple of cars as well. Well, actually, it was only William Humphries running in the end in that first one. So I guess a lot of hard work in the pits for the Panthers.
Yeah, there's been a bit going on. It wasn't ideal just having one car circulating, but it's good to get all the gremlins out of the way for these meetings. So teams in Palmy, they'll be in full force and ready to go.
Too right.
So the same before, great to see all 8 cars out there on the track, but looking at Luke Brown, 1NZ sitting on pole. And of course the 63A of Crump sitting on the outside right next to him. Brad Quigley tucked in behind Luke, second row back, and looks like Sig Ferguson coming up to the, no, not coming up, so these, so position 4 is from, oh guys. Looking good, we're racing. So Luke Brown straight into the lead out of turn 1 and 2. Daylight between him and going back to 63A of Crump. And of course Brad Quigley doing everything he can to hold third place. The pressure comes on from Jason Catlin on the inside and Sid Ferguson on the outside. Sid running really wide and bouncing around. Coming through turn 1 but holding it under control. Luke Brown though, daylight at the moment for him out the front. Back to Crumpy. Caleb, then Ferguson, McPhee. Quigley, then Turner. Brown's car just running on rails this time through. 3 laps out, 7 to go. at the moment they've just got to do what they can to try and catch him. But going back, we've got Crump, then Kalen. Kalen's starting to put pressure on Crump to get in. Having a look on the inside. Poking his nose in there. Made the pass, he's going to make it stick down the back straight. Kalen on the inside, Crump on the out. Nice pass there through for Kalen. Looking at Brown, then Kalen, Crump, and Ferguson. And of course, we've got Jamie Fox in behind Ferguson. McPhee will be turn around it up. 6 laps down, 4 to go. Almost half the track between first and second place, so can Kalen catch him in 3 laps? Luke Brown just running the perfect race so far. Of course, you've got Kalen in second place, Luke Brown in third, Crump in fourth, Sid Ferguson in fifth. White flag, 1 to go. Luke Brown, 1 NZ, making it look easy in this race. Second place so far is Kalen, Jason Kalen. There we go, perfect race for Luke Brown from go to woe, first place. Second place goes to 12S, Jason Kalen. Third place is 6th. Third place to Jamie Fox, car number 11. Fourth place 63A of Crumpy. Then 2NZ of McPhee. And fifth, 6th place 193 Ferguson, then Quigley, then Turner. But those cars just flying. Luke Brown just absolutely putting on a show. Big round of applause as he comes around with the checkered flag. Water truck coming out to put a little bit of water on the track, keep the dust down. Luke Brown pulling up to grab the flag for his lap of honour. Big round of applause for Luke as he comes through. 1 NZ.
Right. And, you know, we talk about the 6th driver again, and while Brent Stewart looked on the pace there, we know he can pedal a race car, but in teams racing, you're needing to make instant decisions.
You're not just turning left.
No. You've got to make those instant decisions about what you're going to do, and you want your feet and your hands to be, you don't need to be your brain to be thinking about where do I need to put my hand, how far do I bring my foot across. Because, you know, when you're in your regular race car, that kind of stuff just happens naturally.
Yes.
Whereas, boy, it's a big ask for these 6 drivers. You know, hats off to them for the roles they play.
Having that eye, hand and feet coordination in a car that you've just done 4 laps in. It's a big ask when you're going to be turning left and turning right and on the brakes, off the brakes.
Exactly, but also the fact that you're driving someone else's car too. You know,
you know, and you just need, and wrecking it. And potentially wrecking it. It's like when you hop in a brand new car to drive for the first time, or you're driving your mate's car or something. You don't just drive out of the driveway fully confident and knowing exactly where everything is. You're still kind of looking down and checking everything out. Okay, this is the battle for 7th and 8th. Panthers and the Rebels. Scott Joblin will start this one. He is on the front row, outside of Gary Hunter. Row 2, Brent Stewart and David Lowe. Then we go to William Humphreys and Alan McRobbie. And the back row is 638, Robbie Morris. And the is... I can't quite see who that Panthers car is. Down the back.
Peter Bengston's on the infield.
Jack Myers down the back. Peter Bengston and AJ Exton's sitting this one out for the Panthers and the Rebels. Who will finish 7th? Who will finish 8th? Here we go. In the starter's hands. Let's go racing. And so this time it's Hunter who goes on the brakes. So you've got Brent Stewart, first time out in the 7, and Robbie Morris making his debut, who are the runners for Rotorua. So Jack Myers hangs off the back and will be the first block car that the Rebels guys come around to, and it's Brent Stewart who's going to be the runner because Robbie Morris decides to take a car out to the wall. So here's the race. Oh, Scott Joblin gets up the inside of Gary Hunter. Hunter tries to chase him hard. Oh, and then Hunter spins up in front of Brent Stewart, puts the block on his own car. Then he comes across onto Jack Myers. William Humphries is there in third.
It's the benefit of that, pushing Myers onto the infield. He had to do the U-turn.
Yeah.
So we just got to we just double check there that Scott Joblin is leading this race.
He was.
Okay. Oh, so it's Brent Stewart in the 7 who is your new race leader.
Humphries having big contact with number 10.
And Gary Hunter pulls out in front of Joblin.
What
and
a
that
move.
That stops him. So the 7R of Brent Stewart is your race leader. Joblin's still in second spot and he's off and he's mobile again. So Joblin's still running in second. Robbie Morris at this stage sits in third place. So the race leader is number 7. Comes around through to number 4. Hunter with the big push on Jack Myers. Robbie Morris in there as well. And Robbie Morris taken to the wall. Yes, he can, and that lets Stewart through.
Just noticed, just to confuse things, 722 David Lowe, his transmitter's not working. I think he may be in second place, Paul.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on him. Oh, well, he's going to have some issues there with Alan McRobbie. You know, his transmitter definitely not working, so Joblin goes past him. Now Joblin looks around the outside of McRobbie. McRobbie certainly picked up a reputation as one of the best block men in the country.
Oh.
Then he comes across on Lowe.
Is it Humphries?
Oh, Humphries will stop there.
Yep.
Joblin has a go at Robbie Morris. So the race leader is still Brent Stewart in the number 7, who leads them around. Comes around through turn 2 now. A little bit of confusion reigning out there on the racetrack. So David Lowe still circulating pretty quick, and he's back in front of Joblin. So Gary Hunter and Robbie Morris did a great job there of holding keeping Jack Myers busy as Stewart went around the outside.
There's something weird on the ELS because I don't believe he's 3 laps in the lead.
No. I did notice that with Scott Joblin at the start. That's why I wondered whether he was in the lead, because he wasn't being picked up.
And David Lowe has now suddenly done 4 laps. So
So here's, Gary Hunter, great move. Takes 2 of the Panthers to the wall, and that lets the 7R through, and the checkered flag. The checkered flag.
Out.
There was so much going on there. I missed the white flag. So Brent Stewart will take the win, and the Panthers, we talked about them hardly ever losing 2 in a row, but there they go, 2 on the bounce.
Anything can happen in Huntley.
Wow. There's some great blocking out there by
every other Rotorua member were fierce in their blocking. McRobbie, Robbie Morris on his debut, and Gary Hunter. Again, we talk about the reliability of cars. Gary Hunter able to finish that race, and it just makes a huge difference. And he's able to put on some big block moves. There was some big hits going in.
And a couple of times there we saw one road Rua car taking out 2 Palmy cars at once.
Yeah.
And man, that makes a difference. I see in the end the 7 has beaten Joplin by 1 lap. One stage it was telling us 3, so there's definitely some funny things going on with the lap scoring there.
Yeah, I suppose Scott Joplin got stopped down here for a little while. He half spun himself. David Lowe got turned around down here, so I suppose all that time Stewart was continuing to circulate.
It certainly shocked me when it was saying 3 laps clear though. He didn't pull out that much, but he had it. I mean, he got to the stage with a couple of laps to go that he was actually able to back off and pick his moments. So, yeah, what a great run by Stuart, but what a great block job by the Rotorua Rebels.
So congratulations, the Rotorua Rebels finish in 7th place. It is their lowest finish here at the Huntly Teams Invitation with Pollock Cranes, but that'll give them that confidence going back in to defend their title in, what are we, 5 weeks away from Palmerston North?
Yeah.
Because certainly we know that they are this Rebels side, even though there's some slight changes in there, they are far better than the performance that we saw from them in the opening race tonight. Likewise with the Panthers, we knew they're better than what we saw of them in round 1. They put up a pretty good fight there, but against a pretty committed Rebels side though.
Yeah, well, 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the end for the Panthers, but yeah, nobody could stop Stuart in the 7R.
Alan McRobbie in the number 10, he's just become an absolute weapon. The former New Zealand stock car champion, of course.
Yes.
And been in the super stocks for a long time now, and between himself and AJ Axtons have become that mainstay of the Rebel side over the last 4 or 5 years, and they've really grown into that teams racing role and being able to read a race.
Yeah.
It's action for the whole family. With 23 tracks around New Zealand, there is no better way to spend your weekends than at a Speedway New Zealand track.
Here they come to the start-finish line again.
There's something for the whole family. Sprint cars, saloons, stock cars, sidecars, midgets, and much, much more. Pack up the family and make a trip to adrenaline-filled, action-packed bashes and crashes that only Speedway can deliver. Visit www.speedway.co.nz to find out the track nearest to you. Speedway, it's our summer thing.
So, I'm happy.
Yep.
And I mean,
I'm happy.
They say in rugby league that defence wins games.
Yes.
And Superstock teams racing, blocking wins teams races too, doesn't it? So if the blockers do their job, the race leader just needs to cruise around and do his thing.
Yeah.
All right, so now we come to this battle, the next of our battles, which is for 6th versus 5th.
5th, yep.
So to decide 5th place. And of course it'll be the Bay Park Busters.
Yep. This is Wanganui.
Yes.
Who Bay Park won the toss and have picked pole, I believe. So
okay.
So we're going back to normal now.
back to
normal transmission
yes.
resumes
Back
here.
to normality.
It seems to be. While we're talking about the Busters, another big thanks to Wayne and Thomas from Pollock Crane Hire. I mean, yeah, they're certainly doing an awful lot for the Waikato Club and meetings like this, Superstock Teams meeting. That's for everybody, you know. It's
exactly.
These people follow their teams around the country, and we've seen, you know, some teams out there in the crowd have got bigger support than others.
Yep.
But yeah, all of the teams have got support and. Yeah, a lot of travelling fans.
So
going by the last race, Ashby should win this one, shouldn't he? He'll just streak them in his borrowed car.
Yep.
Oh, now he's stalled and he needs a push start. So that's just what you're talking about, the pedals in that, Paul.
Yeah.
Exactly, yep.
So Kira Remnant lines up and he will be on pole. So this Busters side, they do look like they're all okay, so I'm guessing that Ross Ashby will pull up, because of course things could still change right here, right now. There could be all of a sudden an issue.
Yes. Yeah, you have to have all 5 ready if you're lucky enough to still have 5 mobile.
Yeah. Well, we've been lucky tonight. We haven't had any 4-on-3s. It's just so depressing when something like that happens, isn't it?
Oh, exactly.
Okay, let's take a look at how they're lining up in this battle for 5th place. Busters win the toss and choose pole. Kerry Remnant lines up on grid 1. The 57 of Dylan Marshall is alongside him. Onto row 2 is the 6V of Elias Dykstra on the inside, and 93M Mark Dunn outside him. On row number 4, it is Ryan Hunt and Max Holloway, and on the back it is the 23 of Scott Duncan for the Warriors and Seth McConchy for the Busters. Who will come home in 5th place? Can Bay Park go one better than last year? Here we go. And a couple of big sideways slaps into the concrete wall. Kerry Remnant's going to get drilled here by, is that Dykstra? Just takes him high and wide into the concrete in turn number 2. And off the back it's Seth McConchy and Scott Duncan who into block mode. Now Remnant's mobile again. McConchy takes Duncan out to the concrete wall. Leaves it nice and clear up the inside for Ryan Hunt. Good team driving there from Seth McConchy. But problems for Mark Dunn in the 93 as he heads infield. Now he's got the car restarted. So it's 29 and 57. Into turn 2 comes the race leader. Down the main straight. And Marshall not too far behind him. So here comes Ryan Hunt up onto a block car now. Roars around the outside of Duncan. Good fast pace there from Ryan Hunt. It's just out and out pace for him at the moment. So he looks around the outside of another one of his men. In comes Duncan onto McConchy. Puts the bumper in, but does it wrong, does Duncan. Ends up spinning himself around. So McConchy could put the block on here of Marshall to slow him down. Mark Dunn has again got some issues, so onto the infield.
Quite a bit of smoke coming off Kerry Remnant too, actually, just down here.
Yeah, well, he'll be in block mode here. Seth McConchy slows up Duncan. And that helps Ryan Hunt extend the lead. So we talked about having backup. As far as backup goes, if something happens to Ryan Hunt, the Busters are in trouble. It is Bay Park leading, but then Wanganui in 2nd, 3rd, 4th place.
And Kerry Remnant in the next Bay Park car with a flat left rear tyre.
Yeah. Although Seth McConchy might take that spot soon. So he's got some issues, Seth McConchy, as he tries to keep. Is it Dykstra busy? And a little spin from him. So Ryan Hunt easily through there and makes that pass. Still 29, around onto the pit straight. Ryan Hunt is your race leader. Dylan Marshall still on the lead lap though. So here's Marshall across the start-finish line. Then Max Holloway is there as well. So 1st, 2nd, 3rd, all on the lead lap. And Kerry Remnant, all that experience. See how he just took care of Elias Dykstra. Oh, here we go. This could be trouble. Now, Dykstra, so you're not allowed to send cars into part cars. So that could have been big trouble for Dykstra. So Ryan Hunt now comes up behind Duncan. Now, again put the spin on, but a lot of that was on the grass. McConchy heads reverse onto the infield. It's all over the place. Here we go. Down into turn 4. Here's your race leader looking around the outside of the number 6 of Dykstra. And here we go. Here's the pass for the lead. Here's the change. Marshall goes to the lead. It's the white flag.
Oh, we got Holloway over.
We got one over.
Again, we missed that.
And meantime, Dylan Marshall's decided to come around to pick up the checker just about. Yeah, I didn't see the start of that, but it was...
I think is it Max Holloway?
I think it is, yeah.
Yep.
It was spitting out plenty of flames as it went over as well.
So Dylan Marshall is your race leader. Right at the moment, the 57 car sitting down in turn 4. See an official running over there. I think he's going to be directed back. He should probably be maybe half to 2/3 down the straight.
Yeah.
Then Ryan Hunt is in 2nd, but he's got issues over there with Elias Dykstra, who's almost got him out to the wall.
I'll be surprised if that's where they want to park him.
Okay, so we've got a replay here. So Ryan Hunt giving Dykstra the big push there. Round the outside goes Marshall. So that was the change for the lead. Then here comes Holloway in. Oh, he just... Okay, so Holloway just a little half spin and the car's just dug in. And now we've got a big fire.
Oh, man.
So Holloway will get out of there and the experts will get in there and sort that out.
So if that's where Dylan Marshall was, maybe the red lights didn't come on as quick as what I would have thought with that rollover, because I would have picked him about halfway down the back straight.
He hasn't gone back very far, has he? So big fire on the Max Holloway car, but the crews were there, ready to react. And so Ryan Hunt, he's led this race from start to the white flag. And then Elias Dykstra, so he's been a bit of a weapon in this one. And he has held up Ryan Hunt enough for Marshall to take the lead. Holloway was in third place. So he just kind of came around the outside, looked to go a little bit wide, and then maybe... I think he might have been looking to out wide and then dive back down onto Ryan Hunt. But as he made that turn, it's just dug in there. He did get a bit of a bumper, actually. Max Holloway did get a little bumper onto the back of Ryan Hunt, which then sends him sideways. The car digs in and over onto its roof.
While there's a bit of a lull in the action, over behind the corporate boxes on turn 3 and 4, there's 3 vehicles that are blocking all the other cars from getting out. So I suggest you go and move your cars. So they're a blue Mazda JDC 725.
All right, we'll come back to that. So here's Dylan Marshall. Keep your eye on him as he comes around. And we'll take the checkered flag. Ryan Hunt will be none the wiser. He won't realise that he's been passed. And we go orange.
What a finish.
So, again, we've seen it on a couple of occasions tonight. You need cars that are going to finish. When cars don't finish races, and now look, Dunn's car fires up all of a sudden. You've got to have your cars that, if you're not seriously attacked, that can finish a race, because that makes a huge difference. As soon as he had the issues, Bay Park were on the back foot.
Oh, exactly.
But the Wanganui Warriors, the checkered flag, will get handed over to Cameron Jurgens and the Wanganui Warriors side. And they take the win and will finish in 5th place. Bay Park will have to settle for 6th again. So give them a round of applause as they make their way around the track, and we've got some cars that need moving in the car park.
Yeah, so as I was saying, behind the corporate boxes on turn 3, if you've got a blue Mazda JDC 725 and a white CX5, looks like it might be 2 Lionel, 2 LINAL, and a silver Toyota van NQT 819. I suggest you move those vehicles because you are blocking every other car from getting out tonight. So unless you can be the first ones to leave, I suggest you move them before the crowd move them for you.
Oh, especially when the crowd's seen all of this going on tonight. It's like, they might have some crazy ideas.
Might be a Luxie out there with a bull bar.
All right, here we go. AVS. This is the first time these two sides have come up against each other at the Huntley event. There's your lineups. 33, Robbie Mabey. 66, Randall Tarrant. 72, Cody McKee. Gary Lonigan, 095, Tyson Wooten. 717, of course, Jamie Ferguson, the 6th driver, but not needed tonight. And for the Stratford side, we've got the 28 of Blair Eulenberg. The 72 was originally part of the squad earlier on in the week, but trimmed to the 75 of Carl Shearer, 82 Hamish Booker, 84 Hayden Barker, the 133 of Tyler Walker, and Blake Adamson, the 6th driver for Stratford. But again, as we already mentioned, neither of our 6 drivers for these two sides required for this one. So just confirming there is a new computer on board the 717 after his issues in the semi-final in the Wootton car. And here we go. See, this is why you've got to have those 6 drivers still available, because we've got some problems down at the pit gate. It is Hayden Barker, so the crew have come out there so they can still call for the 3-minute bell. Of course, Hayden Barker, part of the Stratford Stormers side that were winners of that New Zealand stock car team's title.
Yep.
That unique championship, isn't it? How it travels around the country. The champion team gets to host it, and of course the current holders of that title are the Waikato Raiders.
Yep.
So again, that meeting was going to be held here at Huntly Speedway later on this season. So officially the New Zealand title not happening, but there is still going to be a big 2-night stock car teams meeting here.
Yeah, 10 teams, I believe, and certainly looking forward to that one.
Another great night.
Let's just hope everything keeps running and we can keep running these meetings for the rest of the season. See, Auckland, the Maybe car, the 33A hasn't made it out, so we certainly know which 4 cars the Auckland All-Stars are going to be running.
Right, they're working frantically on the Hayden Barker car, and just some of the info coming in from the pits. Had a big engine issue after that semi, and looked like a near rebuild for some of the parts between semi and now, and that's the engine builder that was down there leading into the car. So it's one of those tough calls, isn't it? You know, some of these engines in these cars, they're worth tens of thousands of dollars. So it can be a big call if something's not quite right to still get out there on the track, especially, you know, it'd be a bit different, I suppose, your mindset if you were in the final. This is a battle now for 3rd and 4th.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens.
So Carl Shearer sitting this one out for the scrappers, and Auckland only brought 3 cars out to Sarwood.
So no Robbie Maybe.
No, when I was out there on the little quad earlier on, we went round and we actually picked up some bits and pieces of drivetrain in that over there around turns 3 and 4, and Maybe's car was just stationary in the track, so I'm assuming it dropped out of his.
Came out of his car.
Because Asher was stationary there too, but it's turned out was just a fuel line, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Right, who will stand on the podium tonight? Who will finish in 3rd, Auckland or Stratford? Let's go. So Lonergan hard on the brakes. Now he goes. So we've got 2 little mini battles going on here.
Yep.
And here comes, I thought Wooden was going to go. Lonergan looks straight through. Gets clipped by Tyler Walker. So Lonergan showing some extreme pace and chasing hard will be Booker. Now Booker's got to get around the outside of McKee. No, he looks and tries to dive in and under. So Cody McKee puts the blocks on, tries taking Booker out to the concrete wall down in turn number 3 and 4, but that's going to let Randy T through. Round goes Eulenberg. Good shot from Randy T. Eulenberg was mobile and pointing in an attacking position.
Yep.
So he came in at him on that angle. That's massive. Hayden Barker, as he tried to take out the race leader, that was spectacular.
He thought his engine was the problem.
Yeah. So the crash crew's over.
That was wild.
And in pretty quick. That was wild. And I'm sure we'll see if we've got some replays of that one. But Gary Lonergan, the race leader, he just kept his foot hard in it. I did mention the extreme pace that he had. Barker came across at him, and Lonergan just kept going. And that momentum, again, turning Barker over and into a small little barrel roll there as well. Randall Tarrant in the 66 down in front of our control tower.
You always notice a big roll when they have the red lights on before the car even lands.
Yes. Yeah, when the referees have had time to react and hit the lights before the cars have even come to a stop.
Oh, that's looking relatively second hand.
They're checking him out, and he looks fine. He's handing everything out of the car.
Good to see.
Yeah, so we might not be too far away from checking out a couple of replays. So here we go. So here's Lonigan, the race leader. Barker tries taking him to the wall. Lonigan through, and again, just that impact into the wall where Barker was already on 3 wheels or 2 wheels, and then clipped that concrete wall, and the momentum just took him over.
He was going over anyway, wasn't he?
Yeah. But Lonigan again just kept his foot right in it. He was coming straight up to meet us there at one moment. As I was looking out my window, and I was looking straight down the barrel of a 95A. So that opens up the door and keeps the momentum with the Auckland All-Stars. Although the Tyson Wooden car looking a little bit second-hand. Boy, the left-hand side of the front bumper is actually almost down, touching the dirt. So Gary Lonigan was lucky to get out of that too, actually. When you see how high he was when he actually hit the wall, he was pretty lucky that he didn't end up going over either. So
it's a game of millimetres.
So yeah, you can see the Tyson Wooden car there. Yeah, that's not quite sitting correctly.
No, that's a bit more camber than you want.
So I'm just checking out the ELS at the moment. Gary Lonigan is our race leader. On our electronic lap scoring, it does tell us that Randall Tarrant is in second place. So the Scrappers and the All-Stars in this battle for third place. The Pollock Cranes Superstock Teams Invitation. Hope you're enjoying the night, race fans. These drivers have been giving it their all and turning it on for us. All right, the flags come in. Red lights go out. Wait for the green. There we go.
Some of them did, some of them didn't.
Big lot of oil sitting down on the track, actually, where I'm surprised they haven't done something to try and cover that up. Race leader is in behind Blair Eulenberg, forces him in field. So Eulenberg had to pull out of it. So it's 95.66. And then still 717, actually, who is still there in third place. But he's decided to take one of the Stratford cars to the concrete wall. And that's going to allow Tyler Walker up into third place. But he's still going to have to contend here with Cody McKee. So the race leader just straight around the outside of Eulenberg, who then gets a big hit.
Tyson pushing down here on turn 1.
Yeah, some very unusual blocking there. Handbrake spin into the corner.
All right, so still 95 and then 66. So up behind a blocker now is Lonigan, but Tarrant tries around the outside, makes the pass, almost got picked up there though. That was by Booker, and here comes Wootton into Eulenberg. And Wootton takes Eulenberg to the infield. So the front two still just running nice and cleanly at the moment. Round onto the pit straight. So Randall Tarrant is your new race leader in the 66. He'll come up behind Tyler Walker here. And he'll give him a shunt. Again, looks around the outside, but Tyler Walker just too tangled up with Cody McKee. So Tarrant, now he comes on as mate Blair Eulenberg. The lights are red. So it's going to be for
Tyson.
Yep. And he's already. Wonder what's happened there, because he's hopping out of the car pretty quick.
Yes.
Can't see the fire, but
because normally that is a no-no, unless in the case of an emergency. Yeah, they've got the bonnet open. Maybe some hot oil in there. Yeah, he was climbing out pretty quick.
He was,
so
wasn't he?
you know something has gone wrong when the drivers are climbing out like that now.
He'd still been doing a very good job of blocking despite the damage.
Yeah, he was. And of course, one thing with this meeting being delayed from that November date through to where we are tonight, you know, we talk about only being 5 weeks away from the big dance in Palmy, and it's going to have these guys all, you know, primed up and ready and thinking in teams mode ahead of Palmy, all feeling a bit better for an outing. Maybe not with the results that they wanted, but you know, there's lots of positives for all of the teams to come out of tonight, I would say. All right, here we go.
Racing.
So Gary Lonergan has retaken the lead as Tarrant and Eulenberg have coming together in a bit of a play down in turn 3. It'll be white flag next time around for the 95. He's got a couple of block cars in front of him. What can Cody McKee do to just take the yellow cars out of the running? And he does well with Eulenberg. So Lonergan's got to deal with Tyler Walker, but again, the white flag is out. Auckland running 1 and 2, so even if Lonergan had been stopped, Tarrant was there to take up the reins. Gets through, does Lonergan, and comes home, and it's a 1-2 for the Auckland All-Stars. Cody McKee still battling away with Hamish Booker. And they still keep coming. Of course, remember, these two are still racing. Now they can't hit anymore now as they cross the finish line.
I think McKee was keen, but he backed out of it and pulled towards the infield.
Well,
very wise decision.
Yeah, but it is, you know, never been in the situation, but you do see it quite often. You know, you're so busy there coming down the straight. They were possibly lucky that the lights went orange. They were the last ones to cross the line. The referee threw the orange lights. So McKee, his eyes would have been on the driver next to him in the car. So he might not have even noticed that a flag was out and knew that he was coming to the end of the race. In fact, we had that big incident here. Was it last year or was it the opening year where, and it was the Auckland All-Stars involved, where somebody got wiped out off the end of the straight after the checkered flag.
Yeah, that was the first year.
Because the driver hadn't didn't realise. And then one of the other Auckland cars came in and wiped him out in return. And they both got, I think it was last year, last season, both ended up with a 2-week holiday or a 3-week stand down.
Yeah, well, the thing is too with those block guys, most of them won't even see the white flag, will they? Because they're travelling around at a quarter of the speed of what the race leaders
and so
are.
busy watching their rear vision mirrors. So put your hands together for the Auckland All-Stars, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. They will be on the podium and will finish in 3rd place, which is, again, a repeat of what they did here in Huntly 12 months ago. Of course, they came up against the Rotorua Rebels in the 3rd versus 4th and won that one. So again, they backed that up, and congratulations to them. So we've got a repeat of the final, and so it's the same 3 teams that will finish in the top 3 positions.
Could get the same podium as last year.
Hi, Malcolm Nardo from Suck It Up. We specialise in hydro excavation in the Canterbury region, safe big methods around services. Also, we do septic tank cleaning, drain cleaning, CCTV over your pipes. If you want an excellent service, please check us out on Facebook.
Suck It Up Limited, 740 Marston Road, Christchurch. Call them 24 hours a day on 027 588 8809.
Big field of stock cars out there. Of course, Josh Humble sitting on pole position, number 4. And, James Marshall, 16 age, sitting high and wide next to him. Larry Henderson, car number 8, sitting second row back. Good. We are racing. Straight into it through turn 1 and 2. Josh Humble taking the lead. Larry Henderson and car number 8 in third place. Nice and tight through there. Spin out just down here over the start finish line, 26R. Just losing it and wiping out there. That's Bryce Carter. Looking nice and tight. Josh Humble, car number 4 in first place. Casey Cheatham, 97 in second place. Larry Henderson, 81 in third. Bit of a push start down there on turn 1. Of course, Cheatham spinning out into turn 2, facing the wrong way. Finding an area to duck around. 3 laps down, 9 to go. Humble, then Cheatham, Marshall. Then Clinton Cheatham, 361. Then Larry Henderson. Couple of cars parked up down on turn 4. Car number 87 of Singleton. A bit of a dance down there. 5 laps down, 7 to go. So car number 4. Race leader for Humble coming into turn 1 and 2. 88 of Hutchby in second place. We've got Murray in 94R, then Vincent. Of course, a lot of cars out on the field tonight trying to keep checking with out, but 7 laps down, 5 to go. Humble, then Hutchby, Vincent, then Murray. There's 81H of Larry Henderson. 454 of Jesse Henderson. Lots of sparks flying off car number 87. Everyone on the brakes trying to avoid the 2 cars parked up down turn 1, but Josh Humble still race leader 4H. 9 laps down, 3 to go. Second place is Vincent of 57H. Then Clinton Cheatham in 361. The top 3. 97 down here, tucked into the wall. And we've gone red.
It'll be for that car stranded down in turn 1. He hasn't moved. They all knew he was there, but next time around, you just never know what could be going on. Quick call for Wayne Pollock. Wayne Pollock up there in the corporate box. Time for you to start making your way down to the pit area, please, for the presentations. Wayne Pollock, come on down.
So say your race leader is car number 4, who's over sitting on the outside of turn 2. Lights off, revs up, we're racing! White flag out, 1 to go. Here comes your race leader. More action down round through turn 4. .26 coming in hard and fast there to make the contact. That's checkered flag, we're out. Checkered flag's done. Humble, 4H is your race leader, 454 Jesse Henderson in second place. Third place, 81H of Larry Henderson. Fourth place, 361 of Clinton Cheatham. And 5th is 45 of Shaw, Vincent, Hutchby, White, Casey Cheatham, Baker, Anderson and Marshall. What a way to finish the race, but some wild contact in there.
Yeah, there was a race line battle going on between White and Carter, wasn't it?
Oh, there was.
And they were certainly dishing it up to each other. It's a good win for Josh Humble. Let's go all the way down the field to Shingleton in 17th, Carter in 18th. So he's one of the quicks around here, isn't he? Humble in the number 4 car.
Definitely is. Yep. He's a fast peddler, all right. But looking at the 18 cars and there's only 11 that actually finished. Tells you the dedication these guys put into it.
Hey, so I'm here with Max Holloway. You gave everybody a heart attack, Max. Car went up in flames. Talk us through it.
Just got a bit heated in the cockpit there. Turned the fuel tap off, but yeah, just whatever was left in the fuel line managed to make its way onto the ground, and when it tipped over, it fucking sparked on the exhaust, I think, and yeah, that was rest was history.
Well, the fire crew did really well. They were standing there. They didn't panic. They knew exactly what to do. So you were in very safe hands while you're on fire.
Yeah, that's their job. So I hope they do know what they're doing, and yeah, they did a good job. So thank you to them.
Do you know who rolled you?
I rolled myself, I think. Clipped one of the Bay Park cars, and I had a flat right rear, and I think it just dug into the track, and yeah.
The rest was history. Hey, listen, glad that you're doing okay. We're going to cut straight to Stu. Stu's somewhere down there in the Kihi Kings team.
Yeah, I'm down here in the Kings camp, but I've actually got both managers. I've got Scotty Ross here from the Gisborne Giants. I've got Ewan Means from the Kihi Kings. First off, guys, the coin toss. I believe you guys, Gisborne, won the coin toss?
Yes, first one we've won all night. Yes, we did.
And decision is?
Going to run off pole.
So there we go. Gisborne win the coin toss. They're going to start from pole. Scotty, 5 cars, all looking pretty healthy after that semi-final.
Yeah, we're all good to go. No issues there.
Sweet. We're going to wrap up real quick. We'll come back after the street stock runoff and we'll talk to Ewan.
All right, what's happening with the street stock runoff? Here we go. Green lights are on.
All right, so we've got a runoff here between the 2 cars, 11A and 51A, for first place. So action and plenty on the field, and this is what's going to happen. See who gets the first place for the night. Got it.
So Steve de Malmonch, the 11R car.
11R of Steve de Malmonch and Craig Anderson in 51H in the HRT car. It's all about Steve at the moment.
It's one of those tough calls to make, eh? So this is a runoff. So this is for first place if you're a Speedway or a rookie.
Yep.
So it's 4 laps to decide first place. So it's a tough call you got to make here. Craig Anderson, he's decided I'm going to chase, maybe put some pressure on and hope that de Malmonch will make a mistake. Oh,
that's not looking good.
That doesn't look flash, does it?
Not often you see a Holden smoking like that.
All the time, all the time.
Settle, boys, settle.
Oh, look at that. Oh, he's toasted himself.
Okay, white
That's
flag.
it.
Here we go. 1 to go for Steve de Malmonch. And
Craig's back under control again, but yep, throwing that one away.
Yep.
Full credit to Steve de Malmonch. I got it right.
You did.
Yay.
There we go. Practice makes perfect. And there we go. The Aussie Spears Street Stock Showdown. First place will go to the number 11R car of Steve de Malmonch. Craig Anderson out of Auckland will be home there in second place. Right, I don't know whether we're going to maybe still head down to the pits and have a catch up and continue that chat with the managers. So back down to you, Stu.
Yep, back down to me, and still in the Kiki camp with the AP Kings, AP Group Kings. You and mate, right, finals time. It's your third final now. You took the win 2 years ago, runner up last year. Third time's a charm again.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping that shirt might bring us some good luck and give me the mic now. If you want to turn around, you have a look at this guy's back. We can show you what we're gridding up at. How's that? Do you want to know or not? They won't even know before we start.
They don't even understand what it means. So what, 1NZ, 3NZ, 75.
We're going to sit Asher out, bring Matt and Melsop in. Yep, it's going to be a good race.
To be fair though, between Matt and Shane Melsop, obviously Shane's new to the crew this weekend. He had a run against the Panthers, but new to the crew sort of this weekend. Mate, he's showing why he should have had a black body on his car a long time ago, I suppose, eh?
Yeah, well, it's half black now, so he's halfway there. Maybe if he keeps doing well for us, Palmy will want him back, but we might not give him back, so it's all good. We really just pick them on the style of the cars, so and then hope they go good after that.
Nice. Hey, tyre pressure's looking good. You've had all the cars up on the jacks, checking the tyre pressures via that vital way you had the 3NZ earlier.
Yeah, we actually had a bit of damage after that last race, but I think we're on top of it, so we'll just have to see. I mean, Gisborne are an unbelievably strong team. We can only just hope they're not the best team at winning finals, so we'll go out there and see what happens.
You guys, between yourself and Gisborne, have pretty much run most of the weekend unscathed, or most of the night, unscathed. It's got to be nice and confident having 5 mint cars heading into this last race, this final.
Yeah, I bet you we don't have 5 mint cars after this race, but it has been good. Damage has been, pretty minimal really. So,
right, you're off grid 2 as well. All the best for this big final, mate.
Thanks very much, and I really appreciate the effort you've gone to wear that T-shirt.
Up the Wildcats.
Yeah, he's changed his allegiance. So he had, of course, earlier on in the night, had the William Humphries shirt on with the Panthers.
Yeah, we should just mention that to everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess from a commentary point of view, we're kind of spreading the love and sharing the love. To, Barry, you're back in the Aucklanders. Craig, you've been behind the Scrappers. I'm with Marotorua Rebels side. Bianca, I think she's back in the Gizzy Giants.
Yep.
Yes. Stu there with now has changed allegiances from the Panthers to the Kings.
Always 110k.
I think Stu's back in half the teams out there, so.
Always better to have a bob each way if you can. But
well, Bianca's made the final at least. Scrappers Auckland had their run off for 3rd place. Auckland winning that. But this is what it's all about, isn't it? The final. It's the only one that matters to these drivers, really.
Yep. And it's been a tough road to get here too. 2 races tonight. With traditional format. On a team's meeting as a 2-nighter, you run a couple on the first night and then a couple on the second.
Yes.
So to turn around and back up 3 times in a night is a big effort for these guys, and especially when, for the teams that are in the final, because this is the important one. Like you said, the teams who raced for 3rd and 4th, they likewise racing 3 races in the night, but again, it's that kind of up and down thing as we talked about, getting yourself up for that race. If it doesn't quite go right, it's like, oh well. But here, this is the one where you've had 2 tough teams races. You are hoping like hell that you've gone over the car and your crews have gone through the car and found any issue that may have been there, fix that, so that your car is mint as you head out this pit gate for the big battle and the big dance.
Because we've seen some of the cars right to that first round tonight that have stopped for real small reasons. Like who would have ever expected a Joplin car to bloody break a shock or something on the warm-up laps for a team's race like that? It's and other cars that have taken a bit of a whack and some little things tonight.
We see the teams lining up behind our control tower, and right at the front for the Key Kings, the 1NZ of Asher Rees. Then right beside him, right at the front for the Gisborne Giants, his brother Ethan. Then we see Dad Peter sitting right in the back there as well. So a family affair, like Pete mentioned earlier when he was chatting in that interview with Wayne Hemme. Come Monday, the guys will still turn up to work.
Yes.
And have a banter about it all, but. Again, once they're out the gate, we've seen these battles go on for years, haven't we?
Yeah.
Like there was that famous race where there was the Mustangs against the Panthers, and
the
Mustangs,
the Myers and the Rees.
You had Jack Myers and the 2 Rees boys in the Mustang side, and then you had Peter and Scotty both on the Panthers side, and they just didn't let loose.
No.
Kids on the dads on the kids. It was like it didn't matter once that pit gate closed. And the green flag dropped.
I don't think we'll ever see a race like that again with that many family members up against each other.
So here we go. This is what it's about. Who will win the 2021 or 2022 Pollock Cranes Superstock Teams Invitation? Both of these sides in the short history of the event, have won one apiece. Kiki winners back in 2019, but Gisborne weren't here. But Kiki picked up that title and the win in the opening year of this event. Last year, Gisborne came along, made it to the final. These two battled in the final, and Gisborne came out on top. So tonight, can Gisborne go back to back? Can the Kiki Kings get retribution on that finals loss last year? We're about to find out. We are 12 laps away from seeing that happen. Barry, how's it going to unfold?
Well, it's who you leave out, isn't it? I mean, these guys, everybody's had a run tonight in both of these teams. Nobody has set out both races on the infield. So everybody's done a race.
Exactly.
So whoever goes out there, it's not going to be fresh to them at least. So
can you pick a winner? No, I can't. This is too tight.
I think Gisborne by an edge, but that can all change in turn one.
Look, it's an interesting call. You know what Ewan Means was saying, or was he just pulling our leg when he said that Asher Rees is going to sit this one out?
We'll see.
Look, because here comes Asher Rees and pulls up on the third row. So there we go. That was a play. Let's see how they are lining up on the front row for the Gisborne Giants. It is the NZGP champion, the 127 of Ethan Rees. Of course, won that title here in Huntly late last season. Alongside him, the current 3NZ of Mitch Vickery for the Kings. Row 2, Shane Malsop and Jamie Hamilton. Row 3, we've got Peter Rees and Asher Rees. And on the back row, Gav Tunifar and Josh Prentice. Who's supporting the Giants? Who's supporting the Kings? Huntly International Speedway. This is the Pollock Cranes Superstock Team's invitation. It comes down to this. We started with 8. Then there were 2. Let's go racing! So straight away, Asher Rees takes Peter Rees to the infield. It's Ethan who's got the lead in the first instance. Mitch Vickery will chase hard. Then we've got Asher Rees sitting in third. Pete, here comes Pete and gives Asher a huge punt. He gave him a big nudge, but not enough to take him out. So it's still Ethan who's the race leader. Mitch Vickery chasing in hard. Gav Tunifar gets spun. So that's going to allow Rees through to the lead. Pete Rees hasn't moved.
Looks like he's taken himself out.
Yeah, we've got Shane Malsop sitting up in turn number 3. So we're down to 3 aside at the moment. So here we go. Looking up for some action down. Oh, Shane Malsop is mobile again for the Kings. Yep. Gav Tunifar gets a big shot there from Jamie Hamilton. Then Tunifar comes back at him. Is going to try pushing him out to the wall. But not quite going to happen.
Ethan into the wall by himself.
In there.
Now that's just going to allow Vickery to close that gap up. Rees comes in, climbs up the inside. In comes Vickery, pushes Rees to the wall, drives him in there, and he's going to get himself back down as Mitch Vickery. Gets mobile again, does Vickery. The 3NZ to the lead for the Kiki Kings. So both the Reeses have been stopped for the Giants. So the 3NZ is your race leader. Ethan Rees. Now Asher Rees has gone to second. So the Kings running 1 and 2. So here comes Rees looking around the outside as Malsop. We've got all the cars in action here as Prentice gets turned sideways. Tunifar takes Hamilton to the grass, and that allows both Vickery and Rees easily around the outside. So Jamie Hamilton running in third place in the 9, so it's going to come down to Gav Tunifar. Can he block? But he needs to stop the 2 fast cars out there, Mitch Vickery and Asher Rees, 1NZ and 3NZ. They are just circulating hard and fast at the moment. And a good move there from Tunifar. He forces Josh Prentice to the infield again. So Gisborne, the Giants are struggling. Your race leader is still the 3NZ of Mitch Vickery. He's got nearly a lap lead on the 1NZ. but 1 NZ in second spot. And there we go, Prentice takes the wrong car out, takes Malsop out in the wall, so that was a great decoy play from Shane Malsop, who's going to come in. Oh, I thought he was going to come with a big shot. Here he could, here coming off turn 4, and a big hit on Prentice. And Jamie Hamilton's been spun around there as well. So the block cars for the Kings doing an amazing job. Mitch Vickery, 3 NZ, is set to come around and get the white flag. And there it is, 1 to go. Asher Rees, the 1 NZ, will ride shotgun. In front, Rees will come upon the number 5 car of Josh Prentice. But here, in year 3, 2 years after the inaugural win, and retribution comes the way of the Kiki Kings, who suffered defeat last year at the hands of the Giants. Tonight, they return the favour in the final of the Pollock Cranes Superstock Teams Invitation. The AP Group Kiki Kings come out on top. What a race.
Well, Mitch Vickery won the race, and he took out Ethan Rees as well. That was the turning point of the race, wasn't it? He was the leading Kiki car, and he was prepared to sacrifice himself to take out Ethan Rees if need be.
Yeah, and that was the turning point in the race, wasn't it?
Yes,
because if Mitch had just made the decision to make that pass, all of a sudden he would have had Ethan right on his tail, and it's a completely different ball game.
Yes.
But he was just hard and fast right through that race. Congratulations to the Gisborne Giants, second place in this year's event. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, race fans, tonight at the Huntly International Speedway, it is all about the AP Group Kiki Kings, your champions of the Pollock Cranes Superstock Teams Invitation, as they head out on their victory lap. Show them your support and how much you celebrate with them on what they've managed to achieve here tonight.
Fantastic result. Big round of applause as they come round.
So, look at that. Great support for this Kiki side. And Shane Malsop, talk about this guy who spent many years trying to break into the Panthers, the Mustang sides, and he's proven his mettle here tonight as part of a pretty tight-knit Kiki Kings team. Gav Tunifar, Matt Nielsen, and of course these two who have been the mainstays of the Kings for the last couple of years. The current 1 and 3 NZs, Asher Rees and Mitch Vickery. They suffered a loss to the Panthers on Boxing Night.
Yes. Yep.
And again, sometimes a loss is what you need just to help you refocus. And they've come here tonight.
Well, it certainly worked for them, hasn't it, Paul? Because they're finished first. The Panthers have finished last.
Yes, exactly.
So, it certainly spurred them on. And there was probably 2 pivotal moments. One would be Pete Rees' move on Asher, where Asher saw him coming and it just didn't come off, and Pete was out for the rest of the race.
And that was the opening lap.
Yeah. Exactly. So for whatever reason there, Pete was gone. And but then, the real pivotal move was obviously Mitch Vickery's on Ethan Rees.
All right, just a quick call looking for the blue, the owner of a blue Ford XR, registration CUA662, parked out on the road. You're actually blocking the road. So maybe it was that quick. Oh, the final's about to start. Quick park up there. So you need to go out and move that. So I see a lot of you leaving already. Oh, it's going to take a long time to clear this car park tonight. Massive, massive crowd in here at Huntly International Speedway. Thank you all so much for coming along. We are about to do a presentation on the infield. So, why rush to your car when you can just sit back, relax, and enjoy the presentations and head to your car shortly. So do stick with us. We'll head down on the infield, and Stu Russell will oversee our presentations this evening to our top 3 teams. Of course, we do still, I believe we are still waiting for the 10 minutes for the referees to give it the all clear.
So it's going to be Asher sitting in the workshop on Monday. Waiting for Dad and Ethan to arrive in that case.
Or does he get the day off?
He
No,
should
probably
do.
not. No.
He should do, but he probably won't.
So that's it. You look at the cars there. So you've got, the Tim Ross car there. One of the Rees chassis. We've got 3 of them in the King side. Gav Tunifars, Asher Rees and Mitch Vickery's one of the new cars as well. So plenty of those Rees chassis around the place. There's Matt Nielsen alongside Peter Rees. Josh Prentice there in the yellow and black. Another former 1NZ. So you got 4 former New Zealand stock car champions in that shot there.
Yes.
Josh Prentice, Peter Rees, Ethan and Asher.
Yes.
Of course, Matt Nielsen really coming on as well in the teams racing side of things. Was the North Island champion last season, 2 seasons ago. So it's a pretty good lineup of experienced drivers.
They don't even look tired.
Just looking at Ethan Rees' car's been taken off in between the 2 tractors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they'll probably get Mitch Vickery down to help fix that.
It was a pretty solid shot, wasn't it?
That was a committed shot.
Defining moment of the race, I think.
And I think Mitch Vickery decided if he didn't get Ethan was just as quick as him.
Yes.
And could take it till the end. And if he took him out, took himself out at the same time,
Yeah.
he had the confidence of the rest of his teammates to gather it up. Because, they were first and second in the race at the time. So that was a very, very committed hit. When you see the second place guy take on the first place guy, you don't normally see them going in at right angles,
No.
do you? So
no,
they edge him out the way and then take off again. But as you said, Paul, he'd have finished up with Ethan right behind him then, and that wouldn't have been comfortable either.
No. So we just saw Gav Tunifar there. There's Mitch Vickery alongside Bianca. There's Mitch, the current 3NZ race winner for the Key Kings here tonight, along with some of the support crew. My co-commentator at Rotorua this year, Tony Gallagher, there alongside Mitch Vickery.
Rotorua photographer Graham Hughes. We can get him off the screen.
Oh, look, it's a great night. I don't think anybody's going to be walking away tonight disappointed.
No.
Maybe the Panthers might do 2 losses, but from a
shocked might be more their perspective.
Yeah. But again, it's one of those things where they'll learn from that. Will there be any changes in the side? I would struggle to see it because we know what that team is capable of. It was just one of those nights. And they're back on home turf.
It kind of all started when David Lowe rolled himself, didn't it? And it all went backwards from there.
Yeah. But from a crowd point of view, and those watching through the Pits TV live stream tonight, there's not much to be disappointed about. We've seen some fast racing, we've seen some big hits go in, there's been some good tactical driving, and again, some of these young guys who are making their way through now, just some of the decisions they are making when it comes to teams racing is mind-blowing. There's not a lot of wrong decisions being made, especially by the blockers. Those drivers who are hanging back can see their teammate who may be leading the race coming around, and just the positions they put themselves in to keep the other blocker busy.
Yes.
So there is certainly an art form to it, but it's a tough thing too with these teams and the decisions they have to make heading into a race. The tactics, blocker on blocker, or should blockers be trying to stop the other runners? Lots of decisions to be made.
Well, they often try, but the other block is just too good, and they can't line the runner up, can they? So
no. So there's your winning outfit tonight, looking good in all their matching race wear.
The other thing I thought was good, Paul, is that the final wasn't won or lost by one car having 5 good cars and the other one struggling, with 3 good ones and a couple of patch-up jobs out there.
Yeah, we had a good 4-on-4 at the start, very quickly down to 3, 3-on-4, and then 2-on-4. But again, that was, it was one of those part mechanical, but also
Yes.
the attack on Ethan Rees as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, he was leading. Mitch Vickery decided this can't carry on like this. You may only get one shot in the race, mind you. If the blockers can't get him, you get one shot, and he took it, and it paid off.
So the same podium as last year, or the same 3 teams, but in slightly different order. The All-Stars, of course, backing up their third, and just that change between first and second. So we're probably not too far away from heading down to the infield. So let's throw over now. I think that's enough from us. We'll take a breath and hand over to Stu and Bianca on the infield.
We got no one.
Hey, we have got someone. We've got us, Stu. Come on, what are you talking about?
I just had to get the earpiece sorted. I think my batteries are going flat. It's been a big night.
It's been a big night. That was a huge final race. Of course, you were Go the Kings. I, of course, Go Gizzy.
I got made
The
to wear
victor.
this shirt, to be fair. It was a classic stitch-up. But no, massive final, massive night. First Huntly Superstock team champs I've been to. It's been a while since I've been here, since, the Manawatu Steelers days at the stock car team champs. But crazy. So we're going to get straight into presentation. Has it been the 10 minutes on your watch? Fiona's watch says it's been 10 minutes. So we've got Fiona, we've got Thomas from Pollock's, and we're going to get our presentations underway, of course, with our, well, actually, we should say a huge thank you to Pollock's first. So everyone, a big round of applause for Pollock's. And a huge thank you to everyone who's come out tonight. Obviously, this was meant to be held in November. We should be celebrating a New Zealand champion by now, but we get to do that in 12 months' time. How awesome. But a big thank you to everyone in the crowd tonight. Sweet. We'll get into the podium. Same podium as last year, but just slightly changing the top 2 steps. So in third place, the Auckland All-Stars. So we've got Jeff Cook, the manager. We've got Gary Lonergan, Cody Mack, Robbie Maybe. We've got Randy T, Randall Tarrant. We've got the bully boy, Tyson Wooten, crowd favourite here, right? And we've got Jamie Ferguson, who did I get that wrong? I was getting stitched up by GH there.
Hey, Stu, can you imagine the banter going on in the Rees workshop on Monday morning?
Oh, I could only imagine. That, actually, to be fair. Yep.
Okay, also we have a trophy every year for the best presented team and crew. And once again, this year it was picked Auckland All-Stars.
Woo!
Oh, Auckland All-Stars, best presented team and crew. Great work there for the Auckland team. This is hard work without glasses. I'm blind.
So am I, Stu. I don't know what's going on.
Rightio, second place. Last year's winners, so second place this time round, the Gisborne Giants. We've got their manager, Scotty Ross, Peter Rees, Ethan Rees. We've got Jamie Hamilton, Josh Prentice.
And Braxton.
Oh, and Braxton, yep.
Can't forget Braxton.
Timothy Ross and Scotty Penn. We'll grab a few words after, I think, from some of these drivers and managers. So they'll just quickly grab their photos. That only leaves the top step of the podium. They won it in 2019. They were runner-ups last year and winning it again this year. The Kehi Kings. So we got their manager, Ewan Means. 1 NZ, Asher Rees. Got 3 NZ, Mitch Vickery. 71, Shane Melsop. 147, Matt Nielsen. 75, Gavin Tanifa. And their reserve driver, Stefan Roygard. So we should actually step aside too, because we've got the big boy to hand over. Peter Rees, last year's winner, is going to hand it over to... Take your pick, Pete. There we go. He's going to present it over to his boy Asher Rees. So there's your winners for 2020, 2021, or 21, 22. The Kiki Kings. Right, we've also got another trophy to give out. This one to most spectacular incident. And that's going to? I do. Oh, koro, Gavin Taniwha. Sitting on the blocks all night. I saw him a fair few times over at the trailer, sitting in his rocking chair, looking pretty relaxed about it. Mate, that was awesome blocking there. Good to have you back in the on the teams arena.
Oh, cheers, mate. Just got to say a big thanks to all the boys for all their help, and particularly Ewan and Joe. They know why. My wife at home, she's not happy about me racing, but oh well. Yeah, I wasn't actually blocking. I was actually trying to go as fast as I could, and that's my race pace. But cheers, thanks. Thank you, everyone.
Hey, just quickly too, Gavin. We'll add to that. You've now won the Superstock teams here at Huntly, and you've won the stock car teams here at Huntly before with the Steelers. I don't think anyone else has done that.
No. Josh Prentice.
Oh, Prenny?
Yeah. That was a few years ago. It was pretty cool. It's probably my favourite track. It's a great size track, and then just conducive to teams racing, and the wall's pretty brutal, so stay away from it.
Beauty. There we go, Gavin Taniwha, driver of the weekend. Bianca.
Stu, what do we say?
We got through all those races. We'll grab a few team managers now, so we'll grab Jeff Cook while he's about. Jeff, well done on the third placing, mate. I've seen you trouncing back and forth to a few times though to upstairs.
Oh yeah, it's nothing major. Just I asked a few questions, but no, it's all good. We're happy where we are.
Third last year, backing it up this year with a little bit of a new pool of drivers. But mate, as a fair few people have said, you're called the All-Stars, and now after a few years of building, you've got an All-Star team, and you've still got them in Lofty to come along somewhere.
Yeah, that's right. And we've still got, as you say, Lofty come in and Jamie Ferguson and Chatty's in the back there as well. So look, we've got a squad now. We've never had that in the past, and the guys have got to fight for their places, and that's what we want.
How cool is it to see Randy T in the A colours? I know Tyson as well, but we saw what he could do in Auckland, but finally get to unleash Randy and Spanky.
Yeah, it's pretty chuffing. I heard Randy was coming up to Auckland with Lofty, and he's just an asset to any team in the country, isn't he, really? So who wouldn't want to have him there? And we love having him on board, and hopefully it stays for a long time.
Too right. Enjoy that third place and enjoy that Best Presenter trophy. Well done, Jeff.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Right. Hey, we just got to jump in here. We've got a missing child.
Hey, yeah, guys, sorry. Shay Ruby. Shay, if you're listening, mate, Shay Ruby, if you could go up to the burger bar, the Carousel Catering Burger Bar where all the lights are, your mum and dad are up there. Shay Ruby, head up to the burger bar.
All right, let's head back to Bianca, and she's with Mitch Vickery.
Yeah, Mitch, we're going to give you the last word. Of course, you've got to go do your victory lap on the truck, but well done, mate. You've got a lot of people to thank.
Yeah, hey, better not miss my taxi, but yeah, just a big thanks. Firstly, Pollock Cranes back in this event in this club. Without people like that getting in behind, none of this would be possible. And of course, our own team sponsors here, the Cobb in Palmerston North, AP Group Demolition, Stenson Plumbing. Those are our main major partners. But there's so many people behind the scenes that make this all happen. And it goes without saying, every meeting, all our volunteers and officials and everything, it's been an awesome meeting, and the track actually turned out a lot better than expected, so awesome night overall.
Well, you are on fire tonight, Mitch. Everyone's waiting for you, so you go do your lap. Cheers, put it there.
Thank you.
Medal looks good on you. So, Stu, who have you got over here, Stu?
Oh, I've got the Kings manager, which I'll quickly jump. Sorry, Scotty, I know you got here first, but we'll quickly chat to Ewan because he's got to jump on the victory lap truck. Mate, you've pulled it off. First, second, first again, with an awesome squad of drivers, and a couple more to come.
Yeah. So you can have a lot of luck. Gisborne are a great team. While we've got the opportunity, though, we can't be racing without the AP Group sponsorship and obviously the Cobb. Get behind our team, just like you wouldn't believe. Andrew Proudlock and his crew are here tonight watching, which is cool. They make a big effort to follow the team around the place, so we're really, really stoked to do it for them.
And this is your third or fourth year with the Kings, and it's just getting bigger and bigger every year, and you're just building more and more talent, and just it looks like a real fun group to be a part of.
It is sometimes. No, it is. They're all a good bunch of guys. It's just about keeping them together and making it about the racing, not so much about the results. I think we started out with a conquering the world type attitude. Now we just go out and do whatever. I mean, it's one of those sports, if it goes your way, it goes your way. Like the Panthers tonight, they're a great team, didn't go their way. So.
Too right. I'll quickly jump with Scotty Ross. Congratulations on second, mate. I know you like to keep a little bit behind the scenes and let the boys on track do the work, but congratulations to yourself as well.
Yeah. Hey, we're happy to come away with a second. We're just, I think, like a lot of people, we're just happy to be out here racing and competing. Thanks to an awesome crowd for turning out, and shout out to Brendan Gooch down at Burwood. We're hoping to bring it home for you, but not quite this time. I guess like everyone, we're looking forward to Palmerston North. I think you've got to the stage in the sport. I've always said it's good luck, good gear and good drivers. As the gear and the drivers have got better and better, the luck thing's playing a bigger part in it. As Ewan alluded to with the Panthers, they'll be back a lot stronger than that in Palmy in a few weeks.
You're right. Hey, Scotty, go and enjoy it with your team. You might have to drive Tim Ross's car off, I think. But otherwise, from us here at Huntly Speedway, thanks for tuning into Pits TV. Thanks for joining us in the crowd, and thanks to Pollock's for being here and sponsoring the Huntly Invitation teams. See you next time.